Good morning, everybody. Sorry. I had a very needy corgi who did not want to come in on his walk. Oh, they started 7 minutes ago. All right, it is the Oni battle.
아니요, 때림 다가버.
Am I quiet? Basically normal. Well, why does the land look weird? What? Huh? I literally did nothing. What the heck? It just looks, it looks like the Windows Vista bug. You know what I mean? Anyway, we are here with Vinchester in the feudal age as the 2P to the south of Cliffbound, with some archers, with some chompies. And they're going to be here in the orange as the Armenians to the northwest. The Vinch is already coming forward here. Andy was able to win in a narrow victory over Vinchester in that first round. Yes, hello everybody. Welcome to the quarterfinals. And Vinch is here with his 2P stuff. Watching in, plenty more archers are on the way. And I wonder if Andy was caught off guard expecting Vinch to go for, you know, a Phosphoru-esque Blastwood Archer approach. You just read that? That's what I heard. Much more exciting, yeah. Who knows who's gonna win? All we can assume is that it probably won't be the New York Jets. Alright, I got a couple of chompy scouts here. They're not chompy runners yet, so they don't have that upgrade. Group stage in the banner? Oh, no! Yeah, it turns out you can just play Feudal Age. It's wild. And they're pretty solid at it. Nice snag there, and right now, Vinch doing quite well here in the start of game number 1. He's a villager ahead. They are basically trading armies, but the eco and efficiency are both heavily in favor of our purple player. They're not even feudal chompies. They're literally the chompy scouts, the Dark Age ones. Yeah, I mean, the idle TC time certainly isn't ideal, but it's still more or less the same as Andy's. Oh, and 2 more archers coming in from downtown. And with no upgrades there on the skirmishers, it's really not very impressive. Snake Men-at-Arms, I had to zoom through the early game because I had to take care of a very needy corgi. Like, I tug him to come back home, and he's like, no, I want to go this way. Literally did nothing useful. Like, Dash, I have to work! Does not care. Alright, there is another Men-at-Arm coming in, but the archers are here in hot pursuit. Of course, getting a little bit of those resources back with every dead unit, also helpful there for the 2P. Dog doesn't... Yeah, but this dog, we do what he says. Until eventually I lost my patience and dragged him back home. Another kill there. I mean, this game is just all Vinchester right now. Had a fantastic series versus Barles yesterday. Final in the title? What did I... Well, it's playoffs. Quarterfinals. I mean, quarterfinals is the more specific definition, but it's all playoffs. Then you miss it? That's on you, man. I was there, Gandalf. I was there less than 24 hours ago. Alright, Castle Age coming in here for Vinchester. Now, you could throw everybody onto stone and go for the Blackwood Archers immediately. Honestly, it might even just be better to go for a quick crossbowman upgrade. Or what you could do is you could go for crossbowman and the Chompy upgrades. Yeah, I think you could do both at the same time, really leverage that big discount. I mean, there's so many underexplored aspects of these, the new civs. But yeah, I mean, you're getting those discounted upgrades, and like I said, I think you could literally, yeah, just go pure Chompies. They're still good, especially in Castle Age. Their stats are just as good as at launch. They're banned? They're not usually a bannable civ these days, I thought, unless you're Leary. Gonna make quick Castle Age GG there. We don't even get to see the Chompy Warriors in action. And Vinch with a fantastic game number 1. Yep. A couple of years? Yeah, probably. I mean, like Team West and I were talking about, it's like we're witnessing AoE history happen. Vinch playing? I mean, Vinch is always a little inconsistent, but he was playing extremely well in that game. Andy's was playing super well yesterday. Let me go ahead and pull up the draft. It was the 2P, second to last pick, winning over a middle pick. I hit all the wrong buttons. Unfortunately, we don't have quite enough room in the UI for the bands. Alright, so 14 seconds and we will be getting into Immersion. I'm so excited! I even forgot this was in the map pool. I feel like people have been playing other hybrid maps. Ash! He sat on my monitor cable. And he's looking very happy. Alright, guys, here we are, game number 2. Vinch will be here in the purple as the Vietnamese to the west won the last game very well. And to the east in the orange as the Japanese, it will be freaking Andy. Interesting matchup here. I do think that, yes, the Japanese are better than Vietnamese as sort of a generalist hybrid map civ. Also, something looks a little weird with the ground again. I have no idea why. It might be I'm going crazy. Anyway, Japanese, one of if not the best hybrid map civs. But I do think Vietnamese individually have a strong matchup against Japanese. Japanese not really the best against civs with really strong skirmishers and a good eco throughout the game. Yep, you also save on the upgrades there. So I think Vietnamese are a smart choice. Let's see what these guys have in mind. We do have a dock here on the outside and a dock here on the outside. They're overtuned? Well, that's always true of the Vietnamese, but honestly, so are Japanese on hybrid maps, so it all balances out. And yes, Mr. Cord. I do spend my entire life catering to your every whim. He thinks that just because he's cute, he can get whatever he wants whenever he wants it. Which is true, but he shouldn't use... You know, with great power comes great responsibility and all that. Actually, I do think Vietnamese are a very good arena civ. I would put Vietnamese as like a solid A tier arena civ. They're definitely not like an S tier civ, but they are very good still. Oh, he loves peanut butter oatmeal bowls. He just gives me the dog eyes and the happy smile. On all of the map. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right, more fishing ships incoming here from Andy. His fish boom is going to be going quite hard here with the Japanese. What do you mean? What do you mean, Boom? I don't know what you mean. All right, we're at 8 fishing ships and counting. We're going to have almost, actually double the fishing ship numbers here for Andy in just a moment. And Vinch, he doesn't have a barracks. So I'm a little perplexed as to what Vinch is doing. Oh, yes, I'm so sorry, my prince. I forgot to give you the spoon to my oatmeal bowl. FC, I don't know. Okay, there's a barracks coming in, but I mean, you're going to have a big timing advantage here for sure as Vinchester. Andy's going to have 11 Japanese fishing ships, though. That is not insignificant. Yeah, I really don't know. He doesn't have the resources for a fast castle. Okay, gets the early fishing lines upgrade that you do get cheaply and quickly. All right, barracks coming in here from Andy. And honestly, Andy himself might not quite have the resources for a fast castle. Did not practice for it? I mean, I kind of forgot it was in the tournament, too. I feel like the other hybrid maps have been much more popular. I mean, he's just building an archery range, but he is falling behind in resources. Blacksmith now coming in here for Andy. Don't see a market yet. And neither are making warships? Yep. Alright, there's a range for Andy. Wheelbarrow? You don't need wheelbarrow when you don't have any farms. It's cheap on the wood cost. It's still 175 food. I don't think you want to prioritize it over Castle Age. Not in this situation, at least. On land maps, absolutely. I love it when people get wheelbarrowed to Feudal Age with Vietnamese on land maps. Third dock coming in, still... there you go. First warship is on the way. This hulking naval unit. But yeah, I mean, Vinch is at the very least going to see those fishing ships happily working away. Vinch is increasing his own fishing ship numbers, but Andy's basically just had a better build thus far. He's on his way up to Castle Age. He's getting his own fishing lines upgrade. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Back up the proverbial truck, guys. Whoa! Let's go! You do need to get the Men-at-Arms upgrade before you can get Long Swordsman, though. Fire ships now coming in on the outside for Vinchester, but to be fair, Vinch is only making skirmishers. Oh, and he might see the barracks at the front! But oh wait, he does see the second barracks. Okay, so now you'll see the double barracks, and now the alarm bells need to be going off, because if you're unprepared, just like any tech switch in AoE 2, you will be obliterated by the Japanese longswordsmen if you're not careful. Still, one of the higher DPS units in the game. Do it. Do it, Anakin. There we go. Knight CA? Knight CA is extremely expensive. Oh, Vinch absolutely just goes Cav Archers here. But this is where the Long Swordsman play can be very good for Andy. "20 fishing ships. If that doesn't secure you good Long Swordsman production, I don't know what will. Well, CA play would be the meta, but oh, Rams as well. No, I think Vinch just isn't recognizing what his opponent is up to. I mean, he's still just focused on the water. I mean, Gilnut's early is great and all, but you need to find a way to not immediately die here to the Long Swordsman. Alright, Ram has been downloaded. That villager will be unable to reinforce this, but there are already still 2 villagers forward, so that's not an issue. Honestly, pop out of the Ram. You have a bunch of long swords and Japanese long swordsmen with arson. It actually makes just the swordsmen destroy faster than the extra 5 damage to the Ram. Oh! Scout came out at the wrong time. Yeah, I'm really confused as to why he's going after the barracks instead of the archery range. A monk is on the way. That Fire Lancer is going to be woefully insufficient. Could use Gambesons for sure. Meanwhile, Vinch is going to be doing well on the outside. Alright, Mangonel's here as well. Pop out. Smack. Pop in. Pop out. Honestly, the micro's been a little bit less than stellar here for Andy. Vinch has not lost a single villager yet. Monk is doing some monk stuff. And with Bodkin in, the TC is certainly doing a ton of work. And the Hulks are not sufficient here. Remember, he did not have the medium warships upgrade, and that dock is going to immediately start getting torched. Now, oh no! Oh no! The Fisky Mothers! Versus Fire Lancers? Yeah, Swordsman. And anything that does anti-infantry or anti-gunpowder damage. Not the Fisky Mothers! Alright, War Hulks are out. Just now picking up Horse Collar as the farming production has started here for Vinchester. Monk gonna get another conversion before dying. More swordsmen and rams are incoming. Again, getting Gambesons. Wait, what? How does he have plus 2 plus... I'm insane. I'm just not used to it like that. Fisky Mother is a really bad curse. It's not. It's just what Viking villagers say when you task them to a fish. Skirm, well, it's the TC fire as much as anything else. Alright, 16 fishing ships to 15 still. A couple... Wait, oh, why does it say they're militia? They're converted longswordsmen. Wheelbarrow coming in just to make Boom happy. More conversions are successful here. And at the moment, Andy is being pushed back. But you know, I like saying Fisky Mothers. Definitely not the best push. I did feel it was a little disjointed, I guess you could say, for Andy. Like, he was attacking the barracks and then just tried to dive bomb the TC. Vince just kept on falling back, and there really weren't any resources being pressured here. The wood line immediately just scooched away. The gold villagers are just here at the back. So, I mean, it's harder to put pressure here, and it feels like doing something a bit more slow pushy, with more mangonels and the swordsmen there just to protect the siege units. Might have just done a bit better. No, the ram was fine. I just think that it needed to be more of a mangonel follow-up and less of diving under the TC. Monastery number 2 coming in here from Andy, but it is going to be the Cav Archer play from Vinchester because frickin' meta Merrill right here. More fishing ships, though, for Andy. We know Andy loves his fish. The Toribasu Desuka. Better than generic Cav Archers? They do indeed. 3 relics in here for Vinchester as well. The Hulks are going to be going for a big flank here. And Andy's still on 3 TCs. Like, he's still fine. He even has the score lead. He's just been able to build so many more fishing ships this game. That said, the Cav Archer numbers are slowly climbing. Sanctity's going to be here for the monks. There's Gambesons. And another barracks. It's a double down dilly here. On the long swordsman play. Forging coming in now. That's 3 mangonels, though. Oh, my goodness. Oh, they're going to be ejected in just a moment. Next hit. There we go. 360 HP for an 1800 HP building. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And the converted long swordsman killing the mangonels. Oh, no. He had the swordsman. They just were not in position in time, and he did not appreciate just how fast the converted swordsmen with arson were going to be able to take down the siege workshop. And now a tower coming in and another siege workshop, but that was a very expensive loss there for freaking Andy. It's like half an imp, basically. Oh, that monk's having a bad day. And yet more docks here to the south. Did Andy pick up gill nets as well? Yes, he did. And there are only 6 Cav Archers right now, so it's not really the best CA numbers on the planet. Lead thanks to those fishing ships. Castle gonna come here at the front, though. We could see rattan archers. And now Vinch is actually the one who's about to click up to the Imperial Age. He's got his buildings. You do need the siege to help out the swordsmen versus the ranged units, though. Yeah, I think it is just in the middle. Picks off a Scorpion there. No armor upgrades in for the CA, so they're still taking a fair bit of damage to everything. Another conversion. I mean, Vinch has been so great with these bugs at picking off key swordsmen and then using those converted swordsmen to great effect, and that's exactly what we're seeing right here. I still love how, for some reason, Captrage thinks they're militia. All right, Andy clicks up too. Ahead in resources, but he's also well behind in resources destroyed. Thumb ring coming in now for the Cav Archers for Vinchester. I mean, 27 fishing ships here for freaking Andy. He is getting guard tower. Wait, Pokemon Fossil Exhibition opens in Chicago featuring new merchandise. At the Field Museum. Oh, that's pretty awesome. Sorry, I got distracted by a phone notification. And I think at the Art Institute as well, there's a Korean art exhibit. I need to get back downtown, man. Field Museum is awesome for sure. Back when Night at the Museum came out, the movie with Ben Stiller, like the Field Museum ran a program and they allowed a bunch of kids to spend a night at the museum. It was really, really fun. I stayed in the Native American, anthropology area. It was super cool. Pokemon fossils? I don't know, probably in the Kanto region. The V and A. What's the V and A? Tankier? It does not. Although, if it becomes an oystering ship, maybe that's a different unit. Because it used to just be fishing ships for fishing ships, but now that they turn into oystering ships and whaling ships, maybe that'll be making it an Albert. Ah, I did not know. All right, Trebuchet coming forward in guard tower for Vinchester as well. It's just Tower City over here. He modded with a harpoon, indeed. Castle there to the south. Another relic coming in for Indy, so at the very least, he's not going to be down too much in the relic numbers. But those Cav Archer numbers are climbing, and the issue with the Japanese infantry play at this point is you don't really have the great siege to accompany it. No siege ram, no siege onager, no bombard cannon. There's Katapuruto, which is definitely your best siege unit. Where's Andy's army? I mean, Andy's army's a hodgepodge of a bunch of different stuff. Siege engineers coming in now for the bombards. Here we are. Treb's gonna try and go after the bombard cannons, and they will get one. And the ram is gonna help out as well. There are the swordsmen. Not really what we expected, but at the moment, Andy has to focus all of his energy into getting those trebuchets out and defending these castles. Yeah, chemistry feudal skirps. Not something we see every day. Let's watch a lot of post-imp no-gold Turks gameplay. Couple Scorpions go down there. You have Yasuma coming in as well. Imp Skirm, though, for Vinchester. And the Imp Skirm is really the unit I think the Japanese are going to struggle to deal with the most. CA there picking off a few more vills. Another tower coming in for Vinchester. Castle over here to the east. This is like towers all over the place. Champions with counter skirms. Gone are those days. I mean, to be fair, most champions counter most skirmishers. And Japanese champions will still counter imp skirms, but not with all the castles around. Run away! It's funny though, because with 3 infantry units garrisoned, the ram is actually faster than the bombard cannon. Was it glorious? It was pretty crazy. Bombard's coming forward still. And Andy's big issue is that he isn't really developing much of an army. Vinch is doing a great job asserting map control. I mean, to be fair, I do think Andy misplayed it. But yeah, it's a lot harder to play long swordsman than it is to play other sorts of units. So there's a lot less room for error, and unfortunately for Andy, he wasn't able to skate that properly. But I do think militarily it's a tough matchup against Japanese, or against Vietnamese with Japanese. There, Ring Archer armor coming in. We have fully operational battle imp skirms. 5 bombard cannons coming forward. It's like a game I played last night. I played a couple games yesterday and I freaking lost them both. And they were both on arena, and I had a good civ matchup both times. But I was Georgians against Goths, and I just died to bombard cannons. It was very sad. But I was also like 2 minutes slower to imp, which did not help. Onager? I mean, it's tough, right? I mean, look at all of the bombard cannons Vinch is going for. This is just not something that Andy can deal with in Vinch. Gonna be taking game number 2 here as well. And Goths? I don't know, man. I didn't watch the replay. CA, but he had no way of killing the CA. That's the issue, right? You have nothing to force engagements against ranged units. I mean, it's 5 trebuchets, but 9 cannons, guys. We're going full Layloy 5 here with all the cannons. Anyway, chain barding armor, light cav coming in here as well. 73% of Andy's army is trapped. I mean, he snipes the enemy trap there, but the issue is still that the bombard cannons. 10 counting, and 5 more on the way. Oh my goodness. Jean Bureau would be proud. Or maybe he'd just be jealous because he's literally a worse bombard cannon. Anyway, this game was still very close, but it just... Andy making a few wrong moves here and there in his army development. And again, I mean, I want to underscore, it's hard what Andy was trying to do, but against a player like Vinchester, if you haven't practiced the longswords play super extensively, it might have just been better off going for your own cav archers. Japanese CA Vietnamese cav archers? I'm pretty sure they do. Anyway, Treb's gonna try and snipe some bombard cannons. Will likely be successful in at least one of them, and there you go. And not that one. More light cav coming in, of course. Vietnamese are a well-known cav archer and light cav civ. Okay, guys, I'm not one to throw around the S word all the time, but that was pretty S word. Does the extra HP not increase the hits to kill? I mean, it does, but remember, you also get bonus damage from the Japanese cav archers. Okay, GG called, and Vinchester with a quick and decisive 2-0 advantage. I mean, I think this was really the biggest issue, right? Andy's main unit that he created was one that did not scale into, that he didn't train into the Imperial Age, so he had no unit to make it in the late game. $25 to $16 heavy siege weapons, though. That is a lot of siege. That's what I like to see. One might even say that's what I like to siege. Did you guys know that I'm literally the funniest AoE streamer? Mathematically. Oh, #1 Civ pick there as well. But I think the Vietnamese were a really smart choice against Japanese. Alright, let's give Vinchester his 2 points. And it would be really unfortunate that if Andy beats Vinchester in the first round and then loses to him in the round of 8, but them's the breaks. Oh, and Beefy is next. The beefiest of all maps. Hello, Happy Dog. All right, guys, here we are. Game number 3. It is Black Forest, and look at this Civ matchup. Vinch is going to be the purple Mongols to the east. Andy going to be in the orange as the Berbers to the west. So Mongols are actually, there's only one difference in draft pick between these two Civs, interestingly. Of course, in general, we think Berbers, the counter to Civ to the Mongols. And it's one of those situations where, like, you'll have people say, oh my goodness, Mongols die to camel archers, which isn't quite correct. And people say, oh, Mongols don't care. They just kill them too fast anyway, which I also don't necessarily think is correct. So it's more nuanced to it, but it does become a very tricky matchup for sure. And kills right there. But here come the villagers. No Loom, even. Loom now being researched for both players. Finch trying to go for those quick walls, and he will be at least successful. Not quite. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That is a quick dead villager. Now Loom in for both players. I need to get coffee, though, guys. Yes, I know, little corgi.
Hello, easy.
Anything fantastic happen? Chicken shawarma, AoE. I love me some chicken shawarma. Although, to be fair, I'm pro really any version of shawarma. That said, there do run into issues of Ornlu the Picky Eater in that I don't like tomatoes or cucumbers, so it's kind of a minefield when it comes to any sort of Mediterranean cuisine, because those items are everywhere. Guys, am I crazy, or does everything look a little bit off? Like the graphics and stuff. Staple there? I know. 25? Well, there we go. Tomatoes? I know, it's really annoying. Killer? Yeah, absolutely, in late game. Like, trust me, I wish I liked that stuff, I just don't. I have come around to onions, though, so, you know, maybe there's hope for me yet. It's true, I don't like tomatoes. I like tomato sauce, but I don't like the physical tomatoes. I think it's the texture of the tomato that I don't like. Oh, nice kill there from Vinchester, and the Men-at-Arms pressure is continuing. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking the jab. Oh, no! Oh, yes, never mind. Yeah, it's where fish, and I like fish, so, but I also didn't like fish as a kid. It's really weird how our bodies have foods that we like or don't like. They're just seemingly so random. Does this work without a tower? Not really. Doing today? I am doing just fine. Alright. Forward archery range is here. But, like, Vinch has to know about this, right? I mean, he doesn't, like, know about it, but he knows that there's a villager unaccounted for. And an unaccounted for villager almost always means, you know, forward. Throw up, the smell just disgusts you? The one time I couldn't do fish, though, or any seafood, was at the Busan fish market. When to prove how fresh the seafood was, they literally gave you a pot of boiling alive seafood, and everything is wiggling around in the boiling water, and then you can start eating it once it stops wiggling around. Nope. Nope. That made me want to throw up, and then I went to Burger King all by myself. Alright. You archers here at the back. Still, the archers are of higher HP for Andy. That said, Vinch does have fletching. And to be fair, that wall isn't gonna last... Oh, never mind. It's a second layer of wall. Alright, fletching actually now coming in for both players. Matchup? Well, because Mongols are, like... The thing with Mongols is that they're either considered, like, completely broken on a map, or you don't really need to play them. Whereas Berbers are just not seen all that often, which is a shame, because I'm a big Berber fan. Actually, 3 of the 4 African Kingdom civs, except for Portuguese, I think are some of the best designed civs in the game, in general. I know I've been mean to Berbers in the past for the implementation of the Genitor, but still. Overall, love the civ. Average maps? Yep, basically. And Mongols? Well, the thing is, Berbers don't counter Mongols until at the very earliest Castle Age, like early Castle Age with camels. But most of those sorts of hunt maps are also super aggressive maps, so they tend to end in Feudal Age anyway. Well, the villager stuff isn't really an issue anymore, because the speed boost isn't really a thing in Dark Age. I mean, it's just a tiny increase. Anyway, for all of the hullabaloo of this game thus far, it's really kind of in a situation where you would expect. On the one hand, Vinch is slightly ahead in resources, 400 as the Mongols, which is typical. And yet, Andy's gotten himself all safely set up, and he's going to click up to Castle Age. So, honestly, with all of the craziness, we're sort of getting back to an equilibrium. Look at this. Vinch making absolutely sure there's no more chicanery going on in his base. There will be no defecations through the sunroof. Aha! Found it! Oh, and he's gonna get it before the stable's even done. Nice. Nicely done. Freaking Jimmy. Banking a lot of... It's okay, he's gonna invest it wisely. Gonna collect some good interest on it. Castle drop Cavalry Archer? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what Andy's gonna do. Now, you could pull a Viper and just add TCs first, upon seeing how defensively Vinchester is set up, and I think maybe you're fine doing that as the Berbers. But I feel like with the way that Andy's approached this, where he still wants to go super aggressive versus Vinchester, he probably is just going to go for the castle drop anyway. Just checking even this little nook over here. Against Drill Siege? Well, it's true. I definitely don't like Berbers versus Drill Siege, but I don't like Mongols in a choke pointy map versus a bunch of bombard cannons that can camp near castles and camel archers. I think it's just a really tough matchup in late game. Anyway, castle's coming in. Exactly what we'd expect. Andy very much with an aggressive poise this game. 6 fishing ships for each player as well. Bodkin and Bosaw coming in. Get SO. Yes, but you're still ending up most of the time with, like, castle zones, essentially, where you have castles spread out, and then you kind of had to push around the castles. All right, Mongol skirmisher time. We know how excited I get about that. Oh, I love the Berber castle, man. It's like you have the North African thing here with the base, and this area over here, very North African looking. You have sort of the Islamic dome right there. You have the more Iberian style, like, turret with the tower. And you have the Amazic slash Berber symbol right here on the dome as well. One of my favorite castle designs. Sort of represents, you know, all the aspects of the, you know, the medieval Berbers. Oh, yoinking the relic. Snatch the pebble from my hand, grasshopper. Castle heroes, but the thing is, I like almost all of the castles. So it would be like, the lowest would be like B tier, probably for like the Wu castle. More relics coming in, fishing lines upgrade for Vinchester. And now the game just kind of marches onward. Extra TCs coming in. Yeah, it's going to be 4 to 3 relics in favor of Andy. Yes, it's played out next board. That said, in theory, Vince should be working with a bit of an eco lead going forward. That said, Andy's macro has been a little bit better. Vince does have wheelbarrow, I guess. Starting his own farming infrastructure and getting his own castle up over here. And the way that this particular generation has panned out, losing control of the middle isn't, like, that disastrous, considering that there aren't any resources over here. Alright, Camel Archer is here. Mangonel looking to apply some more pressure. Now the Mongol castle's in, another fantastic castle. Oh, the Camel Archers are trapped! They're trapped in the Tom Nook! Mangonel gonna go after the Mangonel. And with ballistics in, Finch is defending very well, but now the Camel Archers are here. These random units are cleaning up the other random units. There's the University coming in for Andy, and he is much closer to the Imperial Age. He's actually done a very nice job with his macro. A little bit behind in food collected, but ahead in everything else. Vinches should be catching up soon, though. Land range units, I don't like that either, but, you know, here we are. 11 fishing ships here. And the skirms will still deal just fine with the Camel Archers in the mid-game, at the very least, because, you know, missing the armor isn't an issue yet. Underappreciated skill, it's tough. As someone who's really bad at it, it's tough. But Ornlu, aren't you bad at, like, everything in AoE? Yeah. What the? Party time? It's party time, baby! Woo! Party at the shrine! Please tell me you see that. Please tell me I'm not the only one who sees this party time. Not being silly and cast the game? Oh, no. Man, I'm starting to get the feeling that you guys don't respect me. Throat singing techno? I mean, that sounds pretty hard. He can't beat absolutely he can beat Berbers. Drill Siege. That said, Andy's done a great job with his mid-game macro. He's still ahead in resources, despite now being behind in villagers. He's going to be getting ready for castle number 2. Genghis crap. Hit me with some of that GK, man. All right, defensive castle number 2 is on its way. Great micro so far from Andy, and the Camel Archer upgrades are starting to scale. And just how I love the Civ counter pick in the last game, I do still like Berbers here as a counter pick. It's not as simple as some people make it out to be, like I said in the start, but I still do think it's still a good solid counter pick. Like, anytime you can get Mongols a little bit weary of going into Mangudai, that feels like a big win. Anyway, Vinch is just now clicking up to Imp, but he's probably just going to straight up die to this timing anyway. Trebuchets are on the Trebu way. I love a couple monks here to heal the injured camel archers. You know, Magrebi camels before they are even Magrebi camels. More range is coming in, and I mean, anytime you're going Mongol skirms, you know what I say, guys. Imperial Age Mongol skirms equals sadness. It's pretty crazy. That's strange. I'd just go right into Siege. Yeah, there really does seem to be some capture age graphical bug. Let's see if it's happening in-game. Is the party shrine a thing in-game? No. Boring. Castle Legends, yeah, I mean, that's almost always the best play. Blame T West? I really do. I try my best to blame T West in as many situations as possible. I rue casting with that man so much when he was just starting out. Still with the men-at-arms. Town patrol! Town patrol! Town patrol! Coming in. Yeah, I mean, you're basically catching up in resources, but what's the gold looking like? Yeah, that's what I thought. Andy, well ahead still in gold collected as I hit all the wrong buttons. Here's that right here. Alright, we got some Mangudai, some skirms, but this is just not going to be especially exciting. Nice micro, though, from Dinchester. Look at this, doing everything he can to snipe the trebuchets. But, of course, similarly good micro here from freaking Andy. That town center is going down. You only have one castle left. You're going to build one, but it's literally in the corner of the map. Lead all your houses, it is pretty satisfying. Gonna have Thumb Ring here. Now, fun fact, although Camel Archers are not gonna attack as fast as Mangudai, which you would expect, with Thumb Ring, they actually benefit more than most other Cav Archers. They get the 1.7 reload speed instead of 1.8. Oh, that's a good Bombard Cannon hit. Oh! Andy has 24 bills on food. He can't tech into Hussar. We all know what Treebeard would have to say to that one. Mangonel gets a glancing hit there. I mean, Vinch is trying to hang in there. Still missing the last armor upgrade for the Camel Archers. Okay, well, literally as I say that, of course, so once that's in, he'll just be missing the Magrebi Camels and the Elite upgrade, both of which are very expensive. Relics have been ejected. Now, more towers! Why not, man? But the Mangudai are getting some good snipes here. Well, the whole thing with the Ents is that they have, like, absurdly long names that keep on changing as they get even older. So, basically, he was given the name Treebeard by the elves for when he was already quite old when they met him. Although it's a little vague as to, I mean, it's said that the elves taught the Ents to speak in the first place, because the elves did that sort of thing. But it's not clear exactly did they teach Treebeard to speak, because he's, you know, the eldest of the Ents. But does he predate the elves? Because they say he's the oldest living thing in Middle-earth, but also, like, elves were there at the start, so who knows? The Common Tongue? Perhaps. I don't think Tolkien ever specified it. Anyway, GG's called. Had to spell it out? Yeah. Anyway, Andy takes the game. No sweep here. Like I said, I really like the approach, but I think the big thing actually was the mid-game eco management, leveraging that to the quick Imperial Age timing. Like, this whole time frame right here, Andy did a great job of setting up his eco. Yes, eventually he fell behind in villagers, but he just kept Winchester on the back foot, and then never made it to a situation where the Mongol siege would be an issue. Still alive in the Lord of the Rings? Only Círdan is the only elf that's still around that was born in Cuivianen. Which is why he's also the only elf to have a beard. At least the only named one, I think. Anyway, that is Berbers winning over Mongols, so it's not like a big draft win, but I still think it was a really smart pick and counter pick, just like Winchester did on Immersion, so good stuff there. Andy still wins his home map, though. And we're going to be going to the most specific of all islands next. Is Tom Bombadil? Yep. That is... That's generally what's established. No Dravidians? Were they banned? Yep, they're banned. Unfortunately, I don't have enough room to fit all the bans. All right, 30 seconds, guys, and we will be getting into game number 3. Need nerfing? I don't think so. I think it's probably fine. I think that's just the Red Bull setting. All right, kiddos, here we are, game number 4. It's been kind of an interesting series because it's felt like all of the wins thus far have been very decisive, like strategic victories. Although this can happen a lot when there are two teammates playing. Yes, it's a very tricky map. We'll have Winchester in the purple as the Italians to the west, and to the east in the orange as the Vikings. It will be Andy, 2 of the very best water civs, for show. Mid pick and third pick. So this is Andy's third pick. In general, Winchester has not used any of his top 3 civs yet. Andy, as of this game, has used 2 of the 3. And yes, these are 2 of the best water players. Yeah, I don't think Dravidians need a rework. The only issue I have with Dravidians is that Arumi feel pretty bleh. Except in the situations where Arumi feel broken. We'll never forget that game of Dravidians versus Celts, when I was Celts and I just straight up died to Arumi plus Bombard Cannon. Now that is not a fun matchup. Needed Celt CA, yeah. Holes in their tech tree? I mean, it's really just the lack of cavalry. Wasn't in a mood? Oh, that'll do it. You're OP. I don't know, I feel like Dravidians have a lot of really strong options. They have great infantry, archery units, and siege. Yeah, Mem wanted me to cast the opening set with him, and then he hasn't asked me to cast it at all since then, which I find pretty amusing. I mean, I just go where I'm needed. I really don't care one way or the other. But I do find it amusing. I mean, that's fair. Need to invent a mem. Alright, Boom is coming in, but still having to make one more villager. Well, it's cool, co-casters. I'm cool. That's what my mom tells me. Alright, Vince just coming over here. This will likely just be for a lumber camp. Andy, but just like the immersion game, Andy's fish booming setup is going to be better. He's on 6 fishing ships already. Uh-oh, it's the eye of the tiger. It's the thrill of the fight. Something, something, something. Top 3? After T90 and Dave, who's 3? Oh! What's this all about? 2 villagers staying in the transport ship. Hera? Oh, jeez. Alright, barracks coming in here in the North Island. There's only 1 villager over here from Andy, though. And as far as I can tell... Yeah, I mean, he sees a mill, so maybe Vinch thinks that there's a lot more presence here from Andy than there actually is. Andy just now clicking up. 25, this is the exact same way he clicked up on immersion. Archer range coming in here for Vinchester, double bit access. Well, you got a Hulk on the way. Just the 1 dock for now, though, and only 3 fishing ships to 11. That said, unlike immersion, this isn't a map that has a ton of fish on it. Any good ones? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, it does feel like an overcommitment. Again, especially because you have so many fishing ships out right now for Andy, even though it's not like an amazing fish map, it's still economy that your opponent doesn't have. The pathing is fixed? Oh no, he's never starting. Now you're still going to need to go get your forage bushes here on the island, so the transport ship is still going to need to be over here to ferry the villagers back and forth, but you also need to have the transport ship forward, because once this... I think the one villager actually already left. There's literally nothing here except a mill. Yeah, T90 is away, apparently. And Dave is away now as well. So you're stuck with me. The hook's there. I mean, yes, you can transport, but now you're also going to run into the situation where your food income is going to be quite poor as Vinchester because you don't have any villagers over here on this island. Events? Yeah, maybe.
Oh.
4K viewers? I know, it's disgusting. All right, one villager sniped thus far. Clubs like Hera, they sure do. This is getting really awkward, guys. Uh-oh, that's 3 dead villagers, and funnily enough, game number, what was it, 2, the greed paid off because Andy was well defended at home. This game, Andy simply not anticipating the transport ship with just a scout and 2 archers. But a scout with 2 archers when well microed becomes a huge issue. There is a villager sailing around this way, and the Hulks are also here. But this sure doesn't feel great for Andy. That said, he's still in Castle Age in just a second, and he's still going to have a competitive villager count, and also free handcart. A stable here on the southern island. We got 5 archers here. It all feels a little weird. And 1 TC is being added, a monastery too. And longboats are also queued up, so... Andy, it certainly wasn't pretty, but it feels like he's getting himself set up in the way that he needs to. Castle H is coming in for Vinchester now, but obviously Andy is going to have a huge timing advantage. Oh, the TC is going to go up, but you're going to lose 2... Yep, 2 vills. I don't think you can... dodge all the... Yeah, almost all but one of the archers goes down, so... Again, it doesn't feel great for Andy, but again, you look at the villager count, you look at the setup, Andy's fine. The Fallen Goats Club. Scouts coming in. Eight. Yeah, I mean, it's the big fishing ship advantage. Of which all but 1, and that's one is also going to go down here for Vinchester. So what's he going to do in Castle Age? Because Andy's already taken a 7 villager lead, despite losing all of those. Oh, couple scouts going to show up here, going to easily snipe a scorpion, so that's something of a win. And he has 10 villagers on stone. So he could be thinking about a castle drop in Berserks in the near future. Now Vinch, TC, Monastery, Siege Workshop, all at once. This northern island, not the map Northern Islands, just this northern island. Not really inhabited by a whole heck of a lot right now, just 1 archer and 2 villagers. And this villager who's clandestinely gathering from the shorefish. Oh, transport ship's gonna be found and sniped. That's certainly a nice win for Andy.
Is it Dash?
Oh my goodness. Still, it feels like Andy's doing alright. The easiest bracket? I mean, you run through Leary, I don't think so. The winner of this faces the winner of Leary and Lewis. Anyway, it's Italian Cav Archer time. It's so exciting. Barracks now coming in, but you're still far off from a castle as Andy. Relic number 1 coming in for Vinchester. We will have Light Cav as well for Vinch. And what is Andy's plan? I mean, again, his eco is very good, for sure. 2 vills ahead, and it's literally 12-0 fishing ships. But what is the next step in your master plan? Okay, he's going to go for the island here to the north. Oh, the goat? Yeah.
Yeah.
Kill the scorpion? Nope. Boars don't know what to do against siege weapons. Just like if you shoot a boar with a building, it doesn't attack the building. Boars don't really do well versus inanimate objects. Anyway, gonna snipe another scorpion right there. Nice snag. That's 3 mangonels. That's the 3 amigos right there. One random cav archer over here, just being a little annoying. That monk will be able to convert it easily, though. Unless you're really unlucky. Yeah, just has to delete it. Anyway, now you need to be doing some work with your mangonels as Andy, but 3 mangonels versus 1, it's simply not feasible to take a winning fight because you can sort of take those glancing shots and still be very effective. That said, Finch doesn't feel comfortable here. Maybe he was waiting for the outpost to be completed, but that is giving Andy some much-needed time to repair and train another mangonel. Wild boar close by. Hey, you go pretty hard for your lechon, I guess, in the Philippines, don't you? Alright, second mangonel's out. Oh, nice hit there from Andy. Is still just a 1 for 2, and it's still okay for Vinch when all is said and done. Those are going to be 2 converted spearmen. You wouldn't 8 pikes. You would not past tense eat pikes. That's pretty surprising. Oh, and it's Viking cav archers! Guys, it's the Alans! The Alans are back, but it's even worse than an AOC because you don't have Thumb Ring anymore. Oh, no. Well, that TC sure as heck isn't happening. At the very least, you're still slowing things down over here, which feels like a significant win for the guy who has the much better economy. Alans? Yeah, Alans are Vikings in AOC. They switched the Huns in the DE version. Who gets the worst CA? I think Vikings. You do get +4/+4, but you miss, like, every other ancillary upgrade. No bloodlines, no husbandry, no heavy cav archer, no thumb ring. Teuton CA or worse? I mean, Teutons get bloodlines. I don't think they're the worst. I feel like I'd rather have bloodlines than bracer for cav archers. Celts have heavy cav archers, and they have ring archer armor and husbandry. But back when Celts didn't get ring archer armor, maybe it was Celts, but now I feel like now that they get ring archer armor, it feels like we can't say they're the worst anymore. Tim! Nope, nope. A valiant attempt, but nope. Vikings do not get husbandry. Anyway, as much as we love our northern/central European guard tower, with its spike, its aerial defense spike, alas, it will be insufficient, and Andy will have to go to this much smaller northern island. And remember, guys, size matters for islands because of all the resources it will give you. Yeah, guard tower just gonna go down there to the mangonel fire, but look at that. Imp is gonna come in for Andy, but it should be in hot pursuit right there for Vinchester. Burgundian cav archers? Do Burgundians get heavy cav archer? Really putting my AoE knowledge to the test here. I think they do. No, they don't. They don't. They don't. used no bloodlines, no husbandry, no HCA, no thumbring, no Parthian tactics. To cancel me? Oh no. Whether you want the final armor or husbandry for your CA for Vikings versus Burgundians? Ah, yes, there we go. I'm talking about island size. What are you talking about? All right, clinker construction and medium warships are on the way, but can Italians challenge the Vikings in the late game? Is this, yeah, Bohemians have top tier monks, so they can just convert the cav archers. Easy clap. All right. So on the one hand, Vinch has 3 relics to 1. He's got the more lucrative island. And he still has a competitive Imperial Age time. On the other hand, Andy's still ahead by almost 30 villagers. He's still up to Impa Hair faster, and he's Vikings with longboats. I still have to favor his position. Pulsier, we see Pulsier fairly often. They complement their Hussars very well. Yeah, Poles just don't have any of the armor upgrades, right? No Parthian and no Ring Archer armor. So you're really quite fragile. But you have all the attack upgrades. You have Heavy Cav Archer, Thumb Ring, Bracer. All that good stuff. Alright, if this is being shipped wrong, I don't want to be shipped right, says Vinchester. Docks are coming in, and we could actually see a big late-game naval clash, which is pretty rare these days. Castle gonna come up in this little promontory. I don't know, guys. Where does a promontory end and a peninsula begin? Floating wood? Well, wood floats. We know that. He's just waiting for shipwright to come in so he can start spending it more efficiently. Chemistry is on the way, and now war galleys are queued up. That said, guys, I think, and I'm trying to think back to my naval ship testing, that galleons do still trade cost efficiently versus longboats, although longboats are still the more population efficient unit. Ask all the important questions? Yep, something like that. Look at all these docks here from Vinchester. Galleon is in. Got careening. Both players still trying to just build up their fleets, but still 137 to 91 vills with better eco upgrades for freaking Andy. 4,000 resources ahead. You have some more guard towers coming in, and yes, you don't get keeps as the Vikings, but you do get every other tower upgrade. Vikings have a surprisingly solid university. And even guard towers with architecture and heated shot and arrow slits will do quite well versus ships. Well, you still don't have fast fire ship as the Vikings, so at the very least, they don't have that. Volkswagen coming in. Two-man saw. And again, it feels like Andy is just so far ahead in setting himself up for the late game. That's going to be relic number 4 here for purple. I don't know where the last... Oh, the last one's literally right there. So it's still going to be 4-3 at the end of the day, once Andy picks up that one, which he's doing right now. Then keeps ever could. Yeah, the Central European keep is literally just for Teutons. But yeah, I mean, it's the spike, man. The aerial defense spike that everybody loves. Perhaps a hot take, guys, but I think way too many civs have the Southern European architecture set. I mean, Italians should have it. I mean, if any civ has it, Italians should have it. And too many civs have the East Asian architecture set. I'd love to see more splits there. All right, cannon galleons coming in. Remember, you do get that discount as the Italians. Remember, all gunpowder units includes cannon galleons are 20% less. So let's see what it says here, because I don't know how that stacks with shipwright. Yeah, 128 wood and 120 gold for an Italian cannon galleon with full upgrades. That's really sick, actually. And that castle will fall, and can Vinch grind this one out despite his worse economy? Elite longboats in, and they are almost fully upgraded. Cannon galleons will also be a bit better versus the longboats because they bunch up so much. That's great micro here from freaking Andy. Vinch, less so. Longboats are indeed elite. And there's Drydock coming in. That's going to help as well versus the galleons. But remember, you can mix in fast fire ships. And Vinchester would likely want to do that eventually. And yes, he's on 107 bills. But guys, check this out. The difference is largely in food. And you don't need food much. Or you don't need much food right now as Vinchester. So I think Vinchester still absolutely has a path to victory in this game. Really interesting one. Random. This is just left over from when Vinch was trying to win the Southern Island. And like I said, Vinch has one more relic, and he has the more lucrative island. I don't know, guys. I'm kind of liking this here for Vinchester. I think he's just playing Imperial Age a bit better. I don't think Andy's really been able to leverage his timing advantage. Heated shots now coming in. I mean, Italians have even better defenses, right? They only miss siege engineers at the university. You would hope that the Da Vinci civilization would have a good university. And all the other Renaissance scientists. Guard tower, I mean, the guard towers do help slow things down, but I think that I really appreciate what Vinch did here in getting to elite cannon galleons so quickly. And he, who said that it didn't do both bloodless. All right, ECG is in, architecture as well. And of course, more dancing back and forth. But this is what I'm saying, guys, that longboats aren't cost efficient versus galleons, especially once with shipwright in the long run. I'm not that smart. I'm not smart at all. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, now we're swatting as a court. We're smiling very happily and scooping our front paws. An unkillable force? I honestly think Andy's micro's a little bit better. Vinch has a lot of idols. And now these guard towers are going to be doing work. Like I said, missing keep is not the end of the world here for the towers. Castle's getting low, though. And it's those cannon galleons that have done so much work for Vinchester. One will likely go down, not even. Cuddly? I'm cuddly, yay! Alright, Masonry just now coming in here for Vinch. More towers are being attempted for Andy, but like I said, I feel like Vinch has had his eye on the prize, so to say, in this game. A bit better than Andy has. And he could be looking to put himself at a 3-to-1 advantage. And remember, look at this eco difference. Vinch was slightly slower to imp. Neither player had much of an army or navy upon reaching Imperial Age. It's just, again, Vinchester getting to that composition better. I mean, Andy's not dead yet. I mean, the populations are still even after all. But the numbers are still better for Vinchester. I like Andy's micro, and it's certainly one way you can utilize the faster movement speed of the longboats. And Andy still has a bunch of resources. Yeah. But I'm not too sold on this going forward. What did Andy do wrong? I think Andy was a little too slow in transitioning into his longboat mass. And I think that The advantage of longboats is that you can more quickly get to 200 population with them, but he also kept on trying to take fights while also trying to add in the towers, and it just didn't quite work out. It's going to be an overboom issue in just a moment when he hits 200 population, but has hitherto not been a problem because he hasn't been at 200 population. There's no such thing as an overboom if you're not at max pop. Alright, Longboat's going to snipe one cannon galleon, as of course Vinch himself going to be trying to dance back and forth. And now, Longboat's there. You see the reinforcements coming in. There's a lot of galleons here that are not participating in the fight. Also worth mentioning, as this game drags on, is that it is a guilds versus non-guild civilization, and that Italians have it and Vikings don't. Old school siege rams play wouldn't be the worst. Oh, now going after the ECGs there is Vinch, but he needs to get his naval reinforcements in. Although he is denying that wood, which I guess is certainly not a bad thing. Now, Orange can still go ahead and take these trees to the north, so it's not like it's a wood game yet, but it is still something that you need to keep in mind going forward. The cannon galleons are, like, doing fine, but they're not, like, insane. Eight of them, though, is really sick. What, again, wood is not going to be an issue yet because you can take wood on the outside, and that's exactly what Andy's doing. There's still 121,000 wood left. We really only need to start talking about a wood game once we get to less than 50,000 wood on the map. The ECG were at 31 last time I checked. Now they're still at 31. Yeah, holding this choke point has been very, very good here for Winchester. Two-man saw coming in now as well. Now, he doesn't even have heavy plow. So, you know, in the farming game, it's not that great. Is gold out? Not quite yet. Still have that gold to take. You have that stone to take, even. And then to the north... Oh. Is Vinch out of gold? Or is he taking gold? Guys, is Vinch out of gold? Am I blind? I mean, this is what I was talking about, where the Southern Island is much more valuable than the Northern Island. Yeah, Andy looks like he's out of gold, and he was never even able to reclaim this relic, so he is, like, straight up on 2 relic gold income. Vinch gonna start getting some cavalry upgrades. I mean, it's not like you can really go for light cap spam with 20 on food. I actually don't love that just yet. You're going to starve your opponent out of resources very, very soon. Remember, the longboats cost a lot more gold, even with the Viking discount. But yeah, he's going to be running into a brick wall here soon. 100 villagers on wood for Andy, but he just can't keep this up. I mean, how expensive are longboats these days in Imp for Andy? Yeah, there's... Okay. Are they exactly 80 wood and 40 gold now? I guess they are. So yeah, they cost a third more gold than do the galleons. When the Sargans, I don't care at all who wins. I just want a good series. But this has been the best game so far in the series, for sure. And wood access is going to be a huge issue. It's not like the map is going to run out of wood anytime soon, but the available wood for Andy could start to run out pretty soon. With the stopper? Exactly. Although I care less about the pro AoE2 players suffering as I do about the AoE2 community members suffering. That's something I'm very passionate about. Yeah, I think that Vinch has just played Imperial Age a lot better. I mean, and to be fair, it's not like Andy's played poorly. I think that Vinch is just putting on a clinic of how to play late game water. And to be fair, even going back like a couple years, I feel like Vinch's strength has always been late game water. Like, these are two very good water players, but I think that Andy's, like, much more recent in becoming a good water player, especially after the changes to the Navy. But yet, that would require a late-game team game on water, which doesn't really happen very often. Yeah, and Vinch is also very good at finding his win condition. He's getting guilds, he's not grabbing heavy plow. I mean, remember, Vinch was one of those guys that really first utilized Faderias on water maps to great effect. Still having the cannon galleons here. Nice cheap cannon galleons for Italians. Galleons over here to the side, and I mean, this is just a great example of good AoE play at the high level versus great AoE play at the high level. It's not like a Civ win or anything, but it's just Vinchester better recognizing his win conditions in the long run, forcing control of the southern island, getting to his upgrades, getting to his galleon mass. I do think it's very interesting that he's not adding in any fire ships whatsoever. I would be curious to ask Vinch about that. Because my understanding has been that you still want to get some fire ships in the front, but maybe against the longboats it's a bit different. Yeah, the archer landing was really effective. Not the blacksmith! No, Vikings don't want to go fires here. You don't have fast fire ship. But Italians should want to go fires, I think. Or oppressive water map. Oh, I still think the Vikings are the best water civ, but I think that Vinch has just played better. You mean shield? Well, considering fire ships are made out of wood and, you know, leather skin for the sails, canvas. I'm gonna go with they're not a meat shield. Yeah, Vinch is not out of gold. Vinch is still mining gold. He's also got 4-2 relics. Cannon galleons are at 25 kills right now. Again, the cannon galleons are not doing as much unit damage as you may think, but what they are doing is forcing down the buildings, right? And that forces Andy further and further back. Isn't leather? No, it's cloth, right? Like, is it cotton? AKA organs. Ah. Anyway, GG called, and again, guys, that was just impressive. Like, Vinch, if we go back to early Imperial Age, like right here. Look at this right here. Andy is up to imp faster. He has a 20 villager lead. He's 3,000 resources ahead. And he's got what most people would consider to be one of, if not the best late game water civs. And yet it was Vinch who was able to just recognize those win conditions, and even at this point, making sure that he put all of his effort taking the southern island instead of the northern island certainly helps as well. Getting the extra relic too, and I mean, it's just super impressive. Not many players win from Vinch's position here. Not against Andy, who still played very well. That's great. That's the sort of AoE I like seeing. But now, Vinch's tournament, not tournament life. Vinch's tournament life in the quarterfinals is on the line, guys. If Vinch wins only one more game, he will not be able to be in the quarterfinals anymore. Longboat mass, and I'm not even sure if the longboats were the play there. I think he might have wanted to go Viking galleons. Anyway, we got Ringo Mad, Lowland, and Marshwood left. And Shorty got Lowland is going to be the next map. Andy, I misspoke and said Vinch first, and then I just kind of ran with it. I guess I need to get more coffee. All right, let's see, you guys. Totally didn't accidentally mute myself. What's Marshwood? What are the maps? All right, Lowland is this one, though. Vinch is going to be in the north and the purple as the way, the much more conventional pick. Andy is going to be in the orange tournament life on the line as the Celts. Arrow love indeed. What on earth is Andy up to? Wait a minute. No way this is a thing. No way. Look at this. Oh my goodness, guys. I'm not ready for this. I don't think the AoE 2 community is ready for this. It's a triple lure. Oh my goodness. Marshwood? Yeah, we've had games on it. It's not super common, though. Okay, Vinch is just going up a 20 pop here. Oh, it's legal. I have no idea what the plan is. I mean, I would assume it's some sort of FC follow-up with all that food, but I am very curious. Now it looks like the militia are going out on the map. I mean, meanwhile, Vinch is just doing way things, living that way life. He is sending one bill to gold, which is kind of interesting. Unless The idea is I just don't want to open scouts against a civ that's likely to go for a drush or men-at-arms rush, which should be fine. Fast militia? They're not that fast. They're 0.04 tiles a second faster. Finch. I have no idea if this is even good. You're spending 70 resources on the militia just to push in the Ibexes, guys. All right, Loom, Horsecollar, DBA both on the way. Barracks only just now coming in. The second, I mean, he's not FCing. Andy, meanwhile, is FCing, I think. Vinch's build? I think it's just a very passive build. I mean, he got his extra villagers, right? That's all he really wanted. It's not like he has to get a second an archer ranger stable in. Woads? I mean, it's like, this is an awful map to go for a Huang push on, unless you're pushing from the high ground, but the forests are kind of here, so it's kind of hard to push from this angle. Yeah, I think now you just, as Winchester, you just click up to Castle Age. Does have a little bit of idle time, get a market coming in. Like I said, I can foresee Winchester just not even bothering to invest into any feudal age army. All right. Stone being sold, and I mean, this has to be for some sort of Huang-esque push. I mean, you've got the stable here, so I mean, it's looking pretty Huang-y. Now, there are versions of this where you just go fast castle as Celts, and you can apply pressure and then just add eco behind it. It's something that we've seen a lot over the years from Yo and MBL. They both love doing that. This, though, does feel very, very heavy aggro. It's still picking up DBA. And, I mean, you have to be pushing from the side, right? No way you're pushing up the hill. All right, rewalling in over there. Cute little bit of micro. But it's going to be a little late, right? I mean, it's a long, long way to walk. Well, the spear does see the villager messenger. It's just it's a friendly spear. But you never specified that. I think this is Huang Bloodless. I think so. Militia there get cleaned up. Castle Age is almost, I mean, Vinci is rushing up to Castle Age as well. Okay. All right. With everything on the line here. Doesn't see it, though. And there's the monastery, too. Oh, boy. Mid-game ads. Well, I see a Twitch Prime little icon right there. I mean, yeah, you see Celts, you see the Drush, you expect some pressure. A ram? Okay. Can garrison the ram with the Spearman, of course, and that helps out. Meanwhile, double stable Hagwon Cav gonna be the play from Vinchester. Knights are gonna charge in, but I love that Vinch built his infrastructure here at the back. And a Scorpion, don't you need mangonels? All right, monk number 1 is almost out. The Haegwang are here. They trade very well against the Knights, of course. That's going to be a conversion, though. Has to delete that. You cannot let any of your units get converted here. Scorpion tries to help out a little bit as well, but Vinch gets the kills. Still, you have these stables at the back. You've got your gold at the back. You've got your wood at the back. None of your resources are being threatened at the moment. Again, this sort of push is very uncommon on this map. I think a couple scouts left over is still quite helpful as well. All right, Mangonel number 1 is on its way, and you only have 900 or so gold left over here. Oh, one conversion, and the monk is also going to go down before it can do anything. But now more Haegwang Cav are coming in from the side. That's a danger close Mangonel shot. The Haegwang Cav are going to clean all that up. Converted ones over there. Haegwang are going to charge down this Mangonel right here on the side, and that isn't going to do a whole heck of a lot. Oh, no. Andy, man. 3 spearmen, but none of them were present and accounted for. Even with some high ground hits, that still doesn't feel quite sufficient. Those villagers are getting rolled, and it looks like Vinch will be making his first S-tier tournament finals in quite some time. But, yeah, I mean, there's a reason you don't see this sort of play on this map, especially against a Civ as good as the Way. Semi-finals. This is the round of 8, so the winner moves on to the round of 4, or semifinals. But yeah, I mean, it's still a tough hold for Vinchester for sure. And now Andy, back against the wall. He is not taking very good fights. Not that long? Yeah, but there's so many tournaments, man. I know it is. That's why I said semifinals. More monks are coming in. I don't know why you continue to make monks. Finals? Well, I meant semifinals. Listen to what I mean, not what I say. Yeah, this feels doomed as doomed can be. Unless you get an Insta, not even. I mean, with everything on the line here for Andy, he is going to try his best. I mean, it's still a great tournament from him overall, but unfortunate. You don't care, Sebastian? I was wrong with Sebastian versus Tato. I think that's an excellent set. Not sorry. I have lost to Huang before. Vinch? Yeah, me too. Especially since he couldn't go to Red Bull. This is a very strong result from him. And I also think he has a decent shot at beating Leary, if indeed he does have to go up against Leary in the round of 4. Huang is the goat. Yeah. I feel like people don't understand what the word GOAT means, or rather what the acronym GOAT means. It means greatest of all time. You can't have a new GOAT every now and again. The goat one-trick pony? Indeed. That is true. Possibly phosphor, yeah. Anyway, third TC coming in, 12-vil lead for Vinchester. He's also got 3 relics already, and counting. Handcart coming in. Played in KOTD? Yes, he did. Not sure what this is for Andy. Maybe just a TC here on the low ground. Or an outpost, I guess. I mean, Shenmei Raiders die horribly to Celt Siege, so that's not really an issue. I mean, if it gets to full-blown post-imp, Celts should crush away. Again, I feel like people don't understand the acronym GOAT. 4 relics now in here for Vinchester, on top of a 13-vil lead, on top of way better eco upgrades. Make that 5 relics in just a moment. Just 2 left. Both are pretty close to Andy, but it's obviously a very bad spot for him. Triple ranges on the way for our good friend Jonathan Bay Raider. Arena post-imp games with Kelp. I mean, Kelp Paladins, in terms of melee fights, are okay. Oh, my judge. Now that's a GOAT acronym I can get behind. Alright, back to TC eating attempts. Bloodlines coming in. No fletching yet. 19 villagers on stone. Oh, the AoE community's a strange beast. Two paladin civs with really subpar paladins. I mean, Celts and Byzantines been the bottom of the barrel paladin civs ever since AOC. Or Age of Kings, even. Strange, that's true. No Dravidian battle Ellies, yeah. Although Dravidians now have frickin' husbandry for no reason. Alright, perfect timing here from Vinch. Oh, Pikeman came in just a hair too late, didn't it? Anyway. Unfortunate for Andy. I mean, I do think this is still a very good tournament for him overall, but as it is, Vinch showing his dominance. Faster than SO? Ah, yes. Wait, no they didn't. SO have a movement speed of 0.6. Dravidian battle Ellies have a movement speed of 0.8. Or is it 0.85 now? Wait, anyway, I mean, that's always okay. Always okay to complain about the way in my books. Yeah, Vinch, absolutely stellar play. Defensive castle coming in here, but it is very sad. 2 relics here, but there are 5 for your opponent, and Vinch is going to click up to the Imperial Age in just a moment. Nerf civs, or if they do, it'll take like 4 months to do 1 small patch that they're not allowed to do any major changes to. The Celts are not thriving at all. Need nerfs? I would agree. And I think Tiger Cav also need nerfs. But I think Weyer's just a silly civ overall. Second blacksmith, let's go. Honestly, good micro there from Andy. Getting +1 attack. I mean, yeah, it's such a fundamental change to the unit. Like, having it all balanced around having 4 attack versus having it balanced around having 5 attack is, like, that's a big damage break point. Anyway, double Siege Workshop here for the Traction Trebs. 55 seconds now to imp. Finch gonna come in with another forward castle. We're just kind of waiting for the game to end at this point. I mean, those are some good conversions. GG, well played, good luck next, says Andy, and Vinch will be moving on. Well done for him. Honestly, just fantastic play from him overall. Very much got out-strategized on Black Forest, and out-executed, actually. But all the other maps, Finch looked absolutely stellar. Zero losses. I mean, it's a silly civ. Got killed. I mean, I don't even know. It literally didn't matter. Now, the other series today is Sebastian Tato. Nerf, I agree. Back to 4. Maybe they should just get an elite upgrade. Because having to the design constraint where you're not allowed to make elite upgrades for units is pretty silly. Yes, I realized I did the flags backwards. Alrighty, we can go ahead and see Mem's interview. That is the wrong button.
Vodka, I will have to call him directly, but when you listen to me in this, well, you will have this ready. You will see Vodka the transitions there, okay? I will try to call him because I need to stop the voice here because it's much better. Let's see if it's gonna work, guys. Wow.
No idea what's going on there. Do we have a draft for the next series? We do not. Yesterday at the end of the Hera Dynasty? I mean, in terms of consecutive tournament runs, yes, I think Hera's still the best player in the world quite easily.
Let's go for the interview, and I will call him back again. It doesn't work, it seems. Pinch doesn't work, man. One moment. It's okay. I just put the...
Hello, Malamadre.
I just put the...
Now we can wait for this lovely interview to
here,
happen.
And it's fine. It sound okay. Winchester, the longer the tournament goes, you play better, man. Congratulations, you are in the top 4, and you played today very well.
Yeah, thank you, man. Really happy to come back to top 4 in this year tournament. I love it. So let's see how it goes further. I'm kind of afraid of Lewis, you know.
Of who?
Playing like a beast.
Of Lewis, but you need to win to Leary first.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Are you being serious, or are you starting to be a bit of a troll now?
Nah, it's of course 50-50. Actually, this is playing really well.
Okay.
I have all the rights in the world to be scared of him.
But I don't mind. I don't mind the trolling. I think that this is good. Let's go for and check the games. Now, here are the games today, and the first one with Tupi, Mr. Winchester. Maybe Andy was thinking that you were going to go fast cancel, and that's why he was trying to go forward.
Yeah, I think definitely. And besides that, I think he's fast castle Armenians. He cannot make anything. What would be nice there is to be archers. I mean, unique unit in case if I would go for that. So yeah, he needed to choose the strat, and I knew that he will adapt. That's actually exactly the same game how I played with Dark in qualifiers. He played with Tupi. I thought he would make a fast castle, but you just play it safe from the feudal age, and they are really good. Like, you kind of debate your opponent with the wrong strategy. So yeah, I think here nothing really happened. Here I think he forgot that I can jump in the settlements.
I forgot too.
He lost so many HP. I was so confident that he kind of forgot that. And from here, I guess I have much more res, as we can see. First villager doing nothing, then he went for man-at-arms, which are crazy expensive at that point. I mean, in early feudal. So I was kind of confident that I should take that game.
Okay. You can see here that you were... yeah, I mean, it felt that you were having the advantage from the start, like really too early. And then on you has fletching, he cannot stop you. The hit and back with the fletching is impossible.
Yeah, exactly. It's like somewhere it must break his economy because, as I said, man-at-arms, first villager doing nothing in the middle of the map, so it's kind of investment, and he hit a good timing as well. So there would be lack of something. Like here, he got double bit X, but at the same time, he can never afford fletching or blacksmith at that point. So yeah, you basically just attacking and see where it's gonna be problems for him. So here it was lack of fletching, and without it, it's really hard to fight against my army.
Maybe people is starting to be a bit paranoid with the fast castles, right? With the forceful strategies, Winchester, and that's a part of the game to be played, right?
Exactly, and that's
Excellent.
where that's
The Lewis win is the most impressive.
The last one as well, when they'll get there, he could try to mind games me with some full feudal play.
Look here, we have jump. I don't know why we
yeah.
have jump already that far, because this is already in the castle. But were you afraid that the long swords were coming here with the Rambo? Because it feels that you control very smooth.
Yeah, this map is tricky. I wanted to pick Vietnamese because they are good against Japanese in later stages, but on early start they are definitely weaker. But well, Japanese is the first pick for him, and I kind of underestimated and didn't think in advance that he will go for full fish boom, but I needed to expect that. That's kind of in the thing. So I needed to wait full fish boom, and maybe instead of last deer, try to scout it earlier. I don't know what I could do, what I could adapt better. Maybe just don't make walls and be faster with the second and third dock. So this game, I definitely need to rewatch. But the way I defended was super. I wouldn't say lucky, but yeah, probably many times you would just easily die to this push.
Well,
really good with conversion, with villagers inside.
but
I think him
Bench,
controls.
in minute 30, you have 3 villages lost against this push. That's nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it didn't work out for sure because even this last 3 mangrel, that was a lot of investment, and I was happy to kill it with the converted longswords. So
yeah,
everything went super good for me in this game.
You think that he went this aggressive with the longsword and the rams because he felt that Vietnam, and we have seen how strong they can be, that Vietnam, the longer the games goes, is better than Japanese in the late game?
I wouldn't say so. I think that was kind of prepared by him. Well, when you have a full, like he has a full fish boom, and at some point I was like, okay, he probably got more fish, more rest, more food, but it's not that's trivial how you will use that, right? Because usually it's a skirm war. You don't need much food. I still can afford 3 TC boom. So I thought that it's not that easy for him to use it. But once I saw longswords, I was like, okay, that's the answer. So
okay.
I think that was a good strat even from the beginning, no matter what the tips are.
You were 2-0, and here I was panicking because I thought, look at the minimap and how fast it is, 1 minute, and I was, to my admin, tell him that he has no boards. He has no extra boards. He has no extra board. Call the restart. You eat him. You eat what? With the first village, you eat it?
Well, I saw them, we played BF in the group stage, and they're in the kind of length my boards, so I had emotional damage about that.
Okay.
So here with Mongols, I needed to go there early, so that's what I've done.
What you think you could have done better in this one to be able to hold this strategy that was a very well executed? Well, probably if he cannot walk here, right? When you were going to get inside.
Yeah, actually, I'm really happy how much damage he dealt in that in the middle. Well, I don't have much experience on that map, so I definitely need to watch the record as well to see how far or how good I was in that game. I think partially the bad thing that I didn't have my scout inside. I think that could be better because I would control all his villagers, kill it earlier without big investments, etc., etc. And my dog placement is terrible because of this fire ship. I think I could do better, yeah, in most of things. But in general, I felt that I should have advantage. But I didn't know what the correct call, how to play it against Imperial Age, and I kind of play it blindly because
Yeah.
I'm open his wall. So I think I was really nice with predicting what he's going to do. Like I scouted this sneak very fast. Like I kind of expected the fasting, but I was like couple steps slow at some point. Maybe even just second castle in the hill. If I would build that in time, would be amazing. Yeah, this table is nice.
Vince, were you waiting here on purpose just to make him lose the most wood possible?
Yeah, for sure. I sent the first archer back at the first second when I saw the stable. So
you know me, I was screaming, Winchester, the Villiers, the Villiers. And then I realized he's doing on purpose, such a beast. Okay, good one there. Yeah, good one. Wes was telling exactly what you said, that you were kind of blind in the sense that Winchester doesn't know what his opponent is going to do. That was probably the worst part in this game, no?
Well, not the worst part. I kind of choose to play like that on BF. Well, of course, I have kind of less experience with the first real fight, so I kind of choose that I want to play this way. And I think I was doing really well, as I said. I think it's just about second castle, or maybe not even castle, but just taking the hill once he hit Imperial Age, before he hit Imperial Age. If I would have the hill, I can repair longer. He will never grab my castle from the hill. I will get a little bit more time, a little bit more skirms, and then maybe make him position is fine against him. In the game, it felt that I have better economy because the score was not that far. So I think it's mostly about some small decisions, but yeah, of course, game was much harder for me.
Yeah, Camel Arches also countered the mango that you were trying to snipe the traps, but his was doing a very good job trying to keep them alive. Then the guard tower there, and he was having kind of all the tools and you less and less map. Well, the game at this point, yeah, tell me.
He did really poor job with defending his traps, honestly.
Come
like
on.
I took a couple traps earlier.
Winchester, you are in a killer. Winchester, you are in a killer mode, man. You are in the top 4, and now you are roasting your opponent. Who is this Winchester, man?
Yeah. I would say that they did really bad job with defending the traps particularly, but at the same time, his micro with always dodging the ballistic very good. So I didn't try to say that he played bad at that point. I was just mentioning that he didn't defend traps.
Going, oh, we have quite a ways to go yet.
All the timing, feeling that was really good. And they play it on the very
Oh, boy.
Man, it's Onimaru. He's a teammate, man. You have to support him, man. I'm joking.
I'm trying.
Okay.
My best.
At least
Anyway,
they're draft. Nope,
here-
they're not drafting yet.
I love it, this one, because it was feeling
They're
that you
not
were
drafting.
behind,
They haven't
like,
started
because
yet.
It was going to be castled super quick, but then you were doing with 2 arches, massive damage.
Yeah, typically in the 11 fishing ships from what we're watching now, this map, yeah, I think you even made it less fish than it was before. I think this map is definitely not about fish, but still Andy managed to make 11 fishing ship. That's why his score was really high.
Yeah.
And here I didn't feel the moment. I mean, this one is so sad. I needed to be there earlier. I know that he transports there, and I killed under 2 vills. That's so little.
You are very critical with yourself. This is the mode that you need to be a little bit better to beat in the top 4 and get into the grand final?
Well, when I see the mistakes, of course, I want to get them more perfect. That's kind of happening every game you play. So here is just, yeah, I mean, the transport ship was a little bit, it was hard. I was in a bad position. I didn't know how to get it in the middle of the map so I can transport. I mean, the worst part was that his dock is there. I think if that would be opposite direction of his island with the dock, then I would easily manage to sneak in, transport, and then transport my archers in time.
Okay, this is obviously a great push, but look how you were here 20 villas behind. I mean, it's not only villas, it's the fish, obviously. The fish is not that efficient, but still.
Exactly, it's just 7 vills. I needed to make wheelbarrow by myself, so he can hand cart automatically. Yeah. And yeah, only rest collected is more important topic here. But besides that, I think I didn't have worse economy than him. I have both as well. So yeah, it's tricky to say. I was wondering that his score is much higher than mine. So I thought like, okay, probably he got the lead. But I think yeah, this position is the most important thing. I need to have presence on the other island against Vikings. Then I'm fine.
Okay.
But if not, then yeah, of course that was not great. I needed this
Care
year.
to
I need to
comment
think
on
a little
what?
bit more about my order of the things in this map. Italians a little bit not might sit here probably.
I think the problem for Andy here was that his advantage in the economy was mainly the food. Actually, he was having a lot of food, you know,
Mm.
but that's not what he needed here. He needed more wood, more gold, because with how he was playing, you can see it's full on water. Look at now here, the village is different and population. But
Oh
just
yeah, that's true. And much more rest. Yeah, when the game finished, I realized that he had more rest collected. Every rest is more collected for
Mhm.
him. So, but yeah,
Uh-huh.
here I guess is just the problem that Vikings in late team is not great because these units stack too much and the cannon galleons deal huge damage on his army. So
Yeah.
I won not because my galleys or anything is better, just because the cannon
I mean, what am
galleons
I
were
supposed to do here?
were
It's a long, long
basically
wait.
triangles, but it's much harder to see on the ship.
Not
Also,
even on
she
the last
writes
game
as
yet.
well. The upgrade for Italians, all the upgrades that you
Yeah,
do
of course.
are cheaper as well, no? So
Exactly. Well,
at the end, you are microing, and then you are getting back into that game that it was looking bad at some point. But also, you got the Bete Island. The south one was a bit bigger. I think it got also more resources there. So that was
and it
great
was
for you.
three relics
Yeah,
there, three relics there. Yeah, but at the same time, I must say that I kind of scouted it, and
yeah, yeah.
when I decided that I'm gonna attack the top side with my range, I already kept in mind. I knew that his scout was there, so I kept in mind that probably he should not transport on the island on the top. Yeah, so I kind of kept that in mind. That's why I decided to build stable early because I wanted to be sure, not because like I needed that instantly or whatever, but just because I wanted to be sure that I'll have presence on the bottom island as well.
Anyway, we can move now because this game is at this point completely over. We can go to the last game. And I want to ask about the last game. Did you expect when you see Kells that what exactly was coming?
Yeah, there's a lot of mind games. Of course, you can't expect some kind of flank here, but I went up no loom, but I saw his score is getting because of the score. I was expecting some kind of militia thing here. That's why I didn't do it the last year. I wanted to go and scout the barrack because I expected men at arms maybe, men at arms into maybe fast castle, something like that. And he went for two militia, and yeah, I was really happy a little bit that he didn't take the will, so I was able to be in a really good position there without losing any villager. And here we got Castle Age, and well, I have a good experience. There's Huang. I think what I've done is one of the ways to counter it, and that was fine, except probably this moment. I think the first fight was not the greatest for me.
Yeah, but
Maybe not this one, maybe next one.
mhm.
Yeah, I guess next one was not the greatest. But besides that, yeah, I think I did really good job here. I was kind of expecting what he's done.
Yeah,
Yeah, this one started not well. Yeah, but here I was super lucky with the conversion.
and
This
also
conversion is super important.
and
Yeah, sorry.
and also Winchester, the barrack and the stable for him was on his base. To bring all the army back, if you want to reinforce here, it's impossible. You cannot lose the if you lose the initial army, what does you get? It's so
And
far.
I think here that probably he didn't need the knights, especially with that tough build order with some militia. Knights are too hard for him to maintain, so probably the only way here for him was to play with the pikeman upgrade, especially as it got cheaper like last several months. So I think he didn't need to make stable against Wei because it does nothing against both units. I will do.
Yeah, and we can hear this move was the game winning. I'm almost sure that you feel here like, okay, this is the game. You didn't even need fletching. You micro perfectly kill all the mangonels, and when you set up the castle there, you feel like this cannot be. Well, it has to be the last game.
Yeah, well, even before that, I was kind of confident I will take the game because the score exploded. So I realized that he probably didn't queue deals or whatever. Uh, in the end, I had much better score, much better economy, and probably on paper the better thief in the late stage, especially with five relics. Actually, I wonder that why I only got five. I don't know where he found last two.
Yeah.
Trying to start the full map. Probably they were in a
Got
specific
close.
position.
Got close at
Yeah,
home. Yes, got close at home. Winchester,
I see.
you are the top four again in S tier. Has been a while, I think, or not? No, you were in King of the Desert, maybe.
King of the Desert.
King
Yeah.
of the Desert, right? in my tournaments, Winchester. I bring you luck.
Well,
I bring you luck.
maybe.
I mean, Melamadre,
Um,
this is completely
Being
par
serious
for the
now,
course.
let's check the brackets. Hopefully, you get really happy here. You are the first one in the semifinals already.
All right, hopefully we're done now. What on earth is this? Why are there so many Rattatas? Too many Rattatas! How did Hera? I mean, Lewis played well. He was well prepared, good execution, and Hera played quite below his standards. Youngster Joey. All right, let's get this set up. Seemingly Rattata? I mean, I feel like you're asking the wrong question. It's like, why wouldn't I spend my life looking at a bunch of poorly drawn Rattatas? But I think it's actually really good for the overall scene that happened. One is what I've been saying for a long time, is that players are much closer to Hera, or rather Hera is much closer to the other top players than people realize. And that it's Hera's dedication and execution and consistency that enable him to be as successful as he is. And two, it says that although Hera is still the best player in the world, very much so, he can't just he can't coast by and win tournaments. Yeah, I casted it with T West yesterday. It was actually a good series. Oh, that's right. Yeah, so what we need to do, all right. I have to do something special to cast this next set. We have to go to a very special secret branch of the game because of the server maintenance. Because there's 3.5 hours until server maintenance, so they're playing it safe in terms of being on a different platform. All right. So we're not showing anything here. All right. Data. Oh, geez, there are multiple tournament. All right. Let Ornlu in. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It's not starting yet. It starts in 3.5 hours, but they're just we're just playing it safe, which I think is totally fair. I think we're good. Crown the Premier League champions. I'm thrilled. Oh man, on this special version of the game, I got nothing. I have no profile icon, no wins. I still have all my campaigns, though, interestingly. Why aren't they starting? Because it takes forever in this tournament. I've already lost like 40 viewers, man. Locally? Yeah, maybe. El Guapo? You mean El Pollo Guapo? Everybody's favorite explorer, legendary explorer in AoE 3. Well, let's see here. Civ focuses cavalry. Unique unit bare-chested. Has a bald monk. Regional siege unit. Castle Age unique tech is cheap and has a Civ bonus adding HP to units. All right. Gurjaros. I think Mapuche would also work there. Has a bald monk. Can be Dawe. Regional siege unit. German hospital instead? Oh boy. Thanks, the Zominator, for the 10 months.
Hey Ornlu, I hope you have a nice stream. Less than 3.
Mongols. Yeah, work. Is Nomads really that expensive? Huh? Yeah, it's not that why won't Mongols work? Oh, that's right, because they have the shaman. They don't have the East Asian monk. I forgot. Else. Lewis Goddard, both. Both of those things happened. Nope, I guess Red Cliff's tactics is expensive. Not Jurchens. Not Shu. I mean, this has to be an East Asian civ. Oh, wait, also siege elephants. Yeah. Yeah, Hindustanis. Okay, Civ has a bonus adding HP to units. Taxman? No, Taxman have armor. Have shirts? Is it really 90 censorship? Woad Raiders don't have shirts. Tupi? Tupi don't have an HP bonus. You're thinking of the Mapuche, but Mapuche should work. Alright, has a bald monk. Yep. Franks. It's just the traditional, any civ that has the traditional monk skin and the civ that has the East Asian monk skins are the two bald monks. Like the Buddhist monk and then the classic, Catholic-y monk. Oh. Does this have to be Wei? Yeah, I think this one has to be Wei. And then this one can be Jurchens. Yeah, that one had to be Wei. Anyway, guys, we can do some more games and stuff in a minute. I need a quick break. All right. Hera's inviting streamers for an AoE tournament. 75 months. Thank you so much, Lubitar. Oh my goodness, they're drafting. Oh my goodness, it's so exciting. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. I think they should probably slow down a little, don't you guys think? Gonna start on Skukuza. So if Hera's doing like a streamer invitational for AoE 2, I don't know. Is it weird if I think that I don't even think that's gonna really grow the game or the community all that much? Is that naive of me? Maybe. It just feels like it's something that makes the already big streamers even bigger, right? It's just like, oh, here is your the club of big streamers that are doing events with each other so that not allowed to be negative. Yeah, that's fair. Isn't the goal anyway? But I've seen people claim that it is. It's like, oh, it's doing it for the glory of AoE 2. I mean, it's not gonna hurt anything. It just, I don't know. It's for the community and not money? Yeah, I guess. Good for the game? Maybe it is. I mean, I certainly don't have all the answers. Or any of them, in fact. I guess I've just been, you know, I've been fed the, oh, what's good for the biggest streamers doing stuff with other communities is good for the community as a whole, when it just feels like it's very good for the biggest people anyway. I don't believe in trickle-down economics. Is that up? Oh, really? Oh, absolutely. And yet it's still constantly fed in AoE. It's just really weird. Then trickle down to poor people too, uh-huh. Justify? Oh, absolutely. Four kids with them, ah. Oh my goodness, they're starting the draft. Guys, I think they're going too fast. I really think we need to slow this down. Sebastian hates elephants? Confirmed. Made soup. And despite Ornlu in particular loaded up with celery, I do hate celery. Celery, cucumbers, and tomatoes are Ornlu's evil trifecta. Glacios and Outcrop? What specialist series is that? Like, what type of map is that? Continent? Huh. Keep Ornlu away? I mean, I'm not really a party person in general, so you don't need that much to keep me away in general. One day, yep. Yep. Oh, hey, a Sporkle quiz. United States logic map. Okay. Click the largest US state. Oh, okay. Now choose the state that directly reads oh, okay. Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Georgia, Florida, Hawaii, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan. Read the clues clearly. Now choose the state that directly precedes Alaska in alphabetical order. I just wanted to sing the song, man. Like the state that borders the most Great Lakes. One of is Michigan. Of the states remaining with international land borders, click the one that borders the fewest other states. Maine, right? Just borders one. Now choose the state that is the greatest distance away from Maine. That would be Hawaii. Banished. Banished. The state with the longest coastline. Ooh, I think that's still Florida. Well, I mean, in the contiguous U.S., it's going to be Alaska or Hawaii. Here's the largest remaining state that has exactly 2 land borders. Washington? Has to be Washington, right? I don't know any other states that have 2 land borders. Oh, I guess Rhode Island. Pick the largest state that borders a state starting with the letter T. Oh, it's just Tennessee and Texas are the key states. And I guess it's New Mexico. Of the states with 4-letter name, pick the one that's first alphabetically. Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Georgia, Hawaii, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa. I think it's Iowa. Right. Well, I mean, it goes with American history, right? It started all chopped up very specifically, and then with higher population areas, and then as it got further west, you had large demarcated areas that eventually grew into states. Pick the most populous remaining state that doesn't border Mexico. Should be New York. New York is 4, I believe.
Villagers.
Excess villagers? No. By following rivers? That was one of the main ways, for sure. Of the landlocked states that do not border another country, find the one with the fewest state borders. Oh boy. But thanks for the 70 months, Will. Population-wise, not size-wise. But it's landlocked states. And hello, Tandoori. Okay, so Wyoming has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Financially supporting me, I will be very happy for that day. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it Kansas? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Might be Kansas. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. Click the first state alphabetically that doesn't begin with a vowel. It's California. I sent in my homework, essentially. Next, find the state with the shortest name in the Eastern time zone. Georgia? Georgia. No, Maiden's already there. Oh yeah, Ohio. Yeah. Like the only remaining state with B in its name. Nebraska. Of the states that border an already clicked state, find the second smallest. Rhode Island doesn't border any of these.
Sleep? We can help.
Also,
It's
what?
Mattress Firm's
No, go
Memorial
away.
Day sale.
Go away.
Save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, plus get a $300
Where are you? Go
instant
away.
gift. Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy.
Ugh. I feel like it's Vermont. Ooh, is Vermont bigger than Massachusetts? It's either Massachusetts or Vermont. Or, I mean, New Hampshire, I don't know, is probably the smallest. I think it is Vermont. The second smallest? Oh, wait, Connecticut is the smallest, which would make New Hampshire the second. He was crying? It's the second smallest state, right? Of the states that border an already clicked state, find the second smallest. The smallest is Connecticut, which means the second smallest should be New Hampshire, right? Oh, wait, is it Jersey?
If you're a pet owner, you know.
Yeah, it's Jersey. I mean, they're all so close in size. All right. Click the state with the lowest percentage of vowels in its name out of the states that border Iowa. Minnesota? As always, New Jersey's the worst, by the way. Wisconsin? It's 3. Minnesota is 4. Yeah, it's Wisconsin. Find the state with the most unclicked border states. Maryland, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, DC. Is it not Maryland? Wait, maybe I'm misreading it. Most unclicked border states. Arkansas, 1, 4, 5, 6. Unless we won with more than 6, then. Kentucky? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It has 8 states border total, but I think it might be Kentucky. Four, 5, 6. No, wait, no. Hold on. Yeah, wait. The most unclicked border states. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Yeah, we do need to speed up. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, Tennessee. Nice one. Find the state remaining that ends in N. Click the largest remaining state located entirely west of Arkansas. Entirely west. The little blip of Texas. That's gonna be Arizona then. I thought Arizona was the... Is Nevada bigger than Arizona, maybe?
3, 2, 1.
Is it Montana? Don't care about Gray Bar. Alright, it's Montana. Find the state that shares the longest land border with any state that has been clicked. Nevada to California? Yep. Of the states left with no clicked neighbors, find the one with the shortest capital city name. South... Is Columbia is shorter than Providence. Shorter than Baton Rouge. Yeah. Find the state bordering the Gulf of Mexico that extends the furthest north. Texas. Like the only remaining state that was admitted into the Union after 1910. It is also the largest state that isn't presently clicked. So, yeah, this is Arizona. Click the state with the longest one-word name. Minnesota or Pennsylvania? Massachusetts is longer. Yeah, I think Massachusetts is probably the longest. Determine the only state left without any clicked neighbors and click the only state bordering with a pro sports team. It's Maryland, and then Pennsylvania is the only state that has a pro sports team. Click the southernmost of the original 13 colonies. That's Georgia. The only state that borders Saskatchewan. Is it North Dakota? Yeah. Did they start? No, they haven't started. Oh, does it not even show up? No, it does. Alright, sorry guys. How long? How long was that? I thought Dad Golem was like a weird way of saying dear God. More fun, yeah. Only spends the most time in? I don't know what that is. I did pause the quiz. Don't you worry. Alright, so Tato going to be in the red as the Byzantines to the east, and to the west in the blue as the Franks. Franks? It's Sebastian. Remember, this is a map with a ton of forage bushes. It's the only time we ever see Franks is on these sorts of maps. Alright, so let's see if Sebastian is going to be perhaps one of the favorites remaining in the tournament, but he's going to have to go through Tato, who's playing quite well. The quiz content? Oh, for sure. And not Mapuche? Indeed, there is no marrying to be married here. Were they banned? The Mapuche were banned. I think Mapuche are probably just better than Franks. He does poorly against Sebastian? I do not remember, to be honest. Alright, so Byzantine's kind of an interesting pick here. You're not doing much to contest the middle, but honestly, neither is Sebastian. But this feels pretty good for Sebastian, right? Because now, as Franks, he can just take these forage bushes on the outside. He does not have to worry about his opponent having a better source of food income. That said, the army numbers are certainly favoring Tato right now. We have 7 and 6 idle TC time, respectively. The Frank one upgrade. Well, I mean, Franks have 2 eco bonuses, so it's kind of okay. But yeah, it still feels a little icky. They played before. Ah, wow, that's quite a lot. Alright, now going over to gold here is Sebastian. 15 vills on food right now. And again, those Frank foragers are still quite good. But yeah, Tato full walling here with Byzantines. Now, Byzantines are very much a Tato sim. He loves picking Byzantines. Whereas a lot of pros actually don't like playing with or against Byzantines. I know both Hera and Viper do not love Byzantines. Free farming upgrades is also quite nice, of course, for the Franks. 9 farms there, 11 farms here, so still no horse collar. Does Tato have the mechanics? We'll see. Town Watch is coming in here for Sebastian. Is playing nice and safe, and you know that he could just be happy leveraging his superior economy. You can see that he is already getting ahead by a couple hundred resources. Byzantines always feel good to play, man. Big fan of them myself. Market now coming in here from Tato. Blacksmith here for Sebastian, but despite spending a fair amount of food on units, he just is going to be ahead so much in resources collected in the first place, especially with that food income, that Sebastian will still likely get a faster castle age time, and he's going to get himself full walled, whereas Tato still has a lot of area over here to cover. Tato needs to not get housed again, and is actually going to sell resources at the market. I was thinking that, you know, of any civ, you'd think maybe Byzantines would be fine just sort of getting up to castle age when they have the resources to do so. DCA civ for once, watch Sebastian drop 2 ranges and go Frank Cav archers. Watch it. No eco and the gold options are a bit odd. Yep, you have to have a bit of a different approach with Byzantines. And you can see Sebastian's going to click up to Castle Age without having to use a market whatsoever. And Viking CA, and we saw Viking CA! So yeah, Tato just a hair slower, but he did have to sell all of that stone. And with 8 fills on gold, we'll have to see what the Castle Age game plan is going to be. Typically, for Byzantines, it's going to be either skirmishers or camels. Oh! There is fletching in. Because they lack initiative, which is exactly what you want. Koreans are another civ that, in theory, lack initiative because they're a good defensive civ. Britons as well. Teutons to a degree. Georgians, oh. Yeah, in theory, I think he should be switching into camels. Oh my goodness. Guys, I've been talking up Sebastian's adaptability for like a year now. That this man will play the Civ matchup. He will not go into autopilot, which is, funnily enough, exactly what he used to do all the time, going archers every single game. You know what, guys? It could work. It could work. Yeah, I don't love that Tato tried to wall this whole area and then is still not walled here to the north. Indeed, it is Long Swordsman twice in a day. Bodkin now coming in for the skirmishers. Spearman gets one poke in. There is another Spearman coming in. And we'll snipe a villager. Byzantine skirmishers? Well, they don't have elite yet. And Sebastian himself is getting skirm upgrades. But the thing is, Sebastian doesn't actually have any swordsmen yet, so that's a lot of investment for nothing. Oh man, I just had to pull a band-aid off. And that hurt, man. I had a corgi scar. Longswords? One-on-one, yes, not cost efficiently. Raw knights. Give it to us raw and wriggling. Yeah, that's true. I don't have much body hair. Yes, Hera is out. And we are all very curious to see who's going to take it now. Cooked knights lose to longsword. Well, more swordsmen are going to be on the way. Kato's got a knight, though. Notably, though, Tato's still keeping it 1 TC, and he's making Byzantine Knights, which is not the most exciting of options in the world. And there's an Insta. Knight gonna charge right back towards the skirmishers. The spearmen are in hot pursuit. And as far as I'm aware, Scotty doesn't know about the barracks here. And the long swordsman numbers are slowly climbing. Pepsia gifting this up to Petito. Thank you so much, Pepsia, and welcome to the Wolfpack, Petito. You're the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu, Wolf, and friends. No, Tato has not seen the second barracks. But the thing is, Tato's making a decent number of knights anyway. Oh, another great monk position there from Sebastian. And remember, he's going to be on the second TC right now. Insta! What on the name of Insta is that? Out here just running around, seeing what's up, and Tato's still very much stuck on the 1 TC. And they're the long swordsmen and all their long swordy glory. I don't actually think they're going to be very effective here whatsoever. Middle of the map. If they're playing heavy for it in early game, yes, we've seen that. Guys, I don't think the long swordsmen have been very effective. They do have +2 defense in, but you need Gambesons to make sure it's only 1 damage. As Franks, well, he was up against Skirmisher into Camels, so Longswordsmen do very well there, and he had a better food income thanks to all the forage bushes on the map. Unfortunately, the transition was just way too slow, and he invested into Skirmishers at the same time, which slowed it down even further. Infantry are still meh. Uh-huh. Third TC coming in. Second one for Tato. So at the very least, this is still decent for Sebastian going forward. He's now picking up Wheelbarrow. His eco upgrades are a bit better with the free Heavy Plow, and soon to be Wheelbarrow. Byzantine monks healing up all of those injured knights is really nice for Tato, however. So on the one hand, the eco is better for Sebastian, and he also nominally has map control. He's also starting to pick up relics. 1 and 2 coming in. Tato likely going to start doing the same. Is the 2 upgrades the issue? Part of it. Part of the reason is that you don't make you don't make men-at-arms in late feudal age, so that makes the actual longswordsman transition quite difficult. All right, we got devotion coming in. More knights for the Byzantines player. But just triple TC here from Sebastian. He's cruising. Yeah. All right, knights charging in. There are some skirmishers here to help deal with monks. There are 5 monks in total. They have 3 relics already. Very nicely done for Sebastian. But these knights are starting to get some value. That is a converted Frankish camel. And Sebastian going to be chasing Tato away. The 1 relic in there versus the 3, though, in favor of Sebastian, who has 11 vills on stone. And, of course, Frank castles are still cheaper. Not any cheaper than Inca castles at the moment in Castle Age, but, you know, it's still cheaper. Yes, they probably did. Eichmann upgrade now coming in here for Sebastian. But of course, as the game goes on, it is going to be getting better for the Byzantines, unless you get to full-blown throwing Axeman plus Paladin. Third TC just now coming in for Tato, but again, the eco has just been consistently better for Sebastian the entire game. 4th relic in to the 2nd relic, so it is going to be an overall relic numbers advantage for Sebastian. I don't know where the last one is. Probably in a monk's hand somewhere. Ah, there it is. So it's going to be a 4-3 relic advantage in favor of Sebastian. Tato just now getting wheelbarrow himself. But as we've seen so often, one of the issues for Tato is the lack of getting those eco upgrades sooner rather than later. Desert livestock used for traveling with 2 big humps. A camel? Camel hands. Oh my goodness. Well, 4th TC now coming in for Sebastian. That will secure him some more forage bushes, which is always nice. As we have a little bit of a tactical pause here. Major lag. Lagry? Can Franks counter cataphracts? Frank Heavy Cavalry is very good against cataphracts. Yeah, I'm casting the rest of the tournament, Nani. Alright, nice engagement here for Sebastian at the front. There is a conversion over there. And, I mean, that is simply Sebastian out-microing Tato quite decisively. That's 6 knights right there. And now a castle coming forward from Sebastian. He is looking to draw some blood at the moment. I don't know, guys. I don't know. This castle's looking mighty good. That is 2 villagers, which is thoroughly unimpressive. And there is Imperial Age on the way for Tato. He's going to be able to just buy his own castle here in just a second. And at least the majority of his food income is safe here at the back. A 5th town center for Sebastian. There is no good low eco army here for the Franks. They like a big boomy eco. Is it Silphco? What, to get the Master Ball? An upgrade? Ah. Where did you get the upgrade in Gold Silver Crystal? Was it at Silphco? To evolve your Porygon? Big fan of Porygon too, by the way. One of my favorite normal types. No, Throwing Axeman Paladin's even better than and Cannoneers. But here we are, guys. Big fight, and this is not going to be a good one for Tato, although it might just enable him to get this castle here. And there is the chateau, as the Franks would call it. And Cataphract production can start. And as the legend goes, they pack quite a punch. And yet the Franks are unable to really fire in retreat, and therefore must face them toe-to-toe. A chateau is not a castle. It's the literal translation, though. I mean, what's the difference? All right, another range is coming in, but we have more knights on the way from Sebastian. Chatel? Feels like a villa. It does seem fancier. Summer palaces? Oh, I thought that was a palais. All right, now Sebastian's army there is getting cleaned up. Tato has only lost 2 villagers in all this. It's obviously not that big of a deal. Sebastian's still a ways off from the Imperial Age. More camels and more skirmishers. Yeah, the only possible conclusion is that the longswords were a great success. The Fourth Crusade, yeah, basically. That said, Tato is still absorbing the pressure. Now, the eco difference still is very much out of hand in favor of our blue player. No handcart and no heavy plow is certainly a very real issue. And yet, Sebastian has 16 bills on gold. It's really not that exciting. Another pause, man. I'm like, man. What you think, I'm stupid?
Oui.
As well as places? Yeah. I have no idea. Or palaces.
Impero.
Also, isn't like crack or carac a word in French for like a castle or a fortress or something? Seem to remember that being a thing. All right, another archery range coming in. Tato going to try and switch into some arbalests. Is it? I have no idea. All right, more range is there. Castle under heavy threat, and this is still the only forward castle from Sebastian. He's getting another one there at the back. But again, my concern right now for Sebastian is, although getting gold shaft mining is certainly very good here, and he's grabbing Cavalier, he still only has 16 bills on gold, which actually is not very good for sustaining knight production. Like, wasn't the Crac de Chevalier a castle from the Crusaders? Painbarding armor now coming in, but Tato, of course, has cost efficiency on his side. Or was it Carac de Chevalier? Making the archer switch? Well, he's going to try and get to Camel plus Arb, which is a very good army composition. Plate barding armor coming in, and we could see one of the major issues of the Franks, which is just their lack of cost efficiency. Caracas? Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Plate barding, of course, is going to be huge, but the camel numbers are slowly climbing. Tato's still missing a lot of upgrades, and he's still behind in villagers, he's still behind in eco upgrades. And yet, we can't really say he's dead. All right, heavy camels in, but it's 29 to 12, so maybe it's just enough here, but no +4 defense is in yet. And now it is. Honestly, I think Sebastian could have just taken that. I mean, he's going to be closing in on Paladin resources very soon. And the eco difference is just so staggering in favor of the Frank player. And there you go, Paladin coming in. He can get Blast Furnace and he can get Helb. Yeah, of course, love the outposts. And Paladin, of course, that's going to be a big difference maker. Arb is in. Now you're going to try and start getting pikeman upgrades, but it feels like Tato is making all of these switches way too late, and he's still falling behind in resources. It just feels like the macro is simply not there for Tato here. Look at that. Only 50% of the food collected of his opponent. And there's Halb coming in. And Tato can sort of defend for a while, but in the not very distant future, in fact, very, very shortly, Sebastian's going to have fully upgraded Paladin Halb from the Franks. He's getting block printing as well. Like box formation? Well, it does allow you to protect a weak unit, such as a monk. Chivalry? No, Chivalry's not in yet. Frank bonuses? Not that much. It helps a bit for sure, especially in the early game, but this has mostly just been Sebastian having a better macro than Tato. Tato, I think, is going to be getting swamped here very soon. Tato's actually been taking efficient fights all game long, but that is going to become nigh impossible. Behind in population as the Byzantines versus the Franks. This is not at all what you're looking for. Camels absolutely need to make a beeline home. And Paladin is in. Those trebuchets are going to have an exceptionally bad day. Halb is in, but those conversions should be pretty good. The Halb's there at the front. Not going to be the best, though, and the camels are going to be coming in from the left side. This is as good a fight as Tato could probably ask for. It's still almost certainly not enough, but maybe with the reinforcements. Camels are still attacking Halbs, though. Frank Paladins are very good, as one might expect. Still, yeah, it's just enough. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, huge army value advantage, and of course the reload here from Sebastian. For Sebastian? Yeah, I mean, Tato's still slightly ahead in resources destroyed, but the issue is that Sebastian simply has more map control, a much better army. I was just getting throwing axemen too, because why not? You can see here, it's actually not that different in Gold Collective, it's the food. Or something else? Oh, the guy complaining about the ads in the middle of the game? Well, that's Twitch for you. It's like a random ram there. But yeah, Castle's in a great spot here for Sebastian. More barracks are on the way, and Tato's trying to withstand his opponent. And keep in mind that, on top of everything else, Tato's been much more gold efficient. But still not having a handcart, man. Tato really is what people joke about Nikov being. I mean, guys, we're going to have 4 castles here. Camel raids from Byzantines are thoroughly unexciting. Random siege workshop to the north, why not? Ballistic's going to be great, and I mean, Sebastian just keeps on dropping castles all over the place. You can see here, over double the stone collected for our blue player. Tato should probably just go kill those trebuchets. There's literally nothing nearby. One player does need, very true. That's it. Fully upgraded elite throwing axemen are here. There are not many arbalests, and they're still missing a ton of upgrades. Very few arbs, at least, and Tato, his eco balance is quite poor. That is a doubt castle, though. Chemistry coming in, but still, Tato does not have much gold left. I mean, look at this. Like I said, you're getting the Paladin throwing axemen. That is what you're doing as Sebastian. Yes, throwing axemen are very good now. They've gotten a lot of buffs over the years. 6 range on these bad boys with Bearded Axe. Avoid the ads? I mean, again, that's Twitch, right? In the campaign? Well, unfortunately, you're playing against Britons in the campaign, where throwing axemen are super bad. But it also is a different period of French history, right? The Charles Martel scenario at Tours is a much more of a throwing axemen scenario. Handcart only just now coming in for Tato at almost the 50-minute mark. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of throwing axemen just walking in. Subscribe? Yep. I do think it is an annoying privilege that larger streamers don't need to run ads or can run them much more sparsely because they make enough money from subscriber revenue, but I unfortunately am not that lucky. Anyway, now things might be getting a little out of hand. That's a really, really good castle. And it's a double gold comp, right? Throwing axemen plus paladin. That's not something you easily beat. You have a couple hand cannoneers out. Ad block. I mean, I don't blame anyone for using ad block. Gold does the map have? It has a lot. There's 30,000 gold left still. You would not be able to do this if this were Arabia, as Sebastian. Yeah, Tato losing a ton right now, though. Again, most maps you don't get to go for throwing axemen and paladin from the Franks, but in this case, you absolutely can, and Sebastian will almost certainly be taking it. Oh, that's going to be a trebuchet snipe. Nice and easy from Sebastian, although you don't want to immediately lose all your paladins for it. Siege Engineers is in. Few hand cannons for Tato, but again, it's just the resources, man. 4,000 more gold, over double the stone, 14,000 more food. $7,028 HP Frank castles. And Tato's just dying a very slow and painful death. There simply isn't anything to kill. 62 kills on these throwing axemen. More option for Sibs? Yep. I agree. It also enables some viability for a civ like Franks who don't have a gold cav archer or long-range archer. Right, you can go for these more gold melee units and actually have enough with good map control to win games. I actually totally agree that that's a nice thing. Anyway, 6.7k army value isn't actually that insane, but I mean, again, fully upgraded paladins, fully upgraded throwing axemen, blue Franks on top of it, relics are denied. You do have arson. Who doesn't like seeing a Frank victory? With the axe throwing thingies. The English, yeah. Ignoring Hut. It's a very weird situation as far as that goes, but again, we're still working towards the win here. Axe and Axe off? No, that's Franks versus Sicilians. That's the true Axe v Axe battle. I mean, yeah, what Tato really wanted was, like, Cataphract plus Halb. But there was simply no way he could ever get there. The Boyars, but that's a mounted axe. You can't bring a mount to an axe fight. Anyway, Sebastian gets game number 1 win, and that was certainly very entertaining. I mean, Tato held on as best he could, but the eco difference was simply too significant, and I think that part of that was macro, part of that's, the Franks setting themselves up quite effectively, but a lot of things convening there to give Sebastian that win. Mounts it? No, that's true. Right, and I imagine Byzantines are a higher pick. Oh, nope, actually both second to last pick. Man, isn't it nice seeing the good old AOC Civ matchups? You see good Civs win games? Now, where's that Sporkle quiz? Here it is. You can finish this. Didn't lose in the game, yeah. All right, 27, North Dakota. That ends in a consonant with a 2-word capital city. Oklahoma doesn't work. Ooh. Mayans are great still. Ends in a consonant that has a 2-word capital city. Maryland has 1 word. Connecticut has 1 word. Rhode Island has 1 word. Arkansas. Mid A tier? Yeah, that's something like that. Which state, if clicked, will cause 3 of its bordering states to increase from 4 to 5 clicked neighbors? Yeah, that's true. Wyoming? We have its border states to have 4 to 5 click neighbor. Oh, okay. I think I read that. I interpreted that differently. 2 of the remaining states border Lake Michigan.
Go Tatty.
Both the largest city. Okay. Woo! That was a tough one. Oh, that's right. That's right. It's not on the dashboard. All right, African clearing is next. Colorado all bordered 4. Oh, okay. Maybe I misread it. Anyway, Sebastian going to be here in the blue as the Romans to the west of African Clearing, and to the east in the red as the Berbers. It will be Tato. I'm so happy after seeing that nice AOC Civ matchup to now get to watch the Romans. Love it! Scipio Africanus. Indeed. Conquer is not in the AoE 2 time frame. Did a lot of getting conquered in the AoE 2 time frame. This map way too often. Mostly it's feudal age play. Better Byzantines? Well, their strengths are completely different to Byzantines. It's just that the Roman eco is so insane that, you know, you can just do whatever. Battle of Cannae. Oh no, Sebastian! Oh no! Oh no! Feels bad, man. Whoa, hold on. That's a super fast uptime. That's why you pick Berbers, indeed. But Tato himself is going with an early wall, so perhaps he saw the score dip. Right. Tato clicks up, but he's almost an entire feudal age time behind, so his eco's going to be a lot stronger. And he's already on stone. I mean, Camel Archers are insane versus Romans. Romans don't like facing strong Cav Archer civs as is, and Camel Archers are some of the very best of the Cav Archers. DBA and Loom both coming in stable here as well, but I am not too sold on this for Sebastian. Yep, Tato going to be safe over there. And unless Tato screws up by, like, not walling this in properly, I really don't see how this is going to be a problem for him. That said, Tato's only on 21 pop, and he is not going to be able to get to Castle Age right away. And I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Actually full wall yourself. That's how you do it. I mean, it's definitely their best option against Cav Archers, but you still can't really use that for aggression. Power option? Yeah, I mean, I don't think he can go for an FC here. With the shorefish? Yes, I know, but Tato still only has 400 food and 0 gold. That said, there is the extra hunt here, so maybe it'll be enough. It's going to be pretty close for sure. We need to see the archers, though. The archers are the actual important unit here because they shoot over the walls. Self-arena? Well, I mean, Tato's just trying to go FC Camel Archers. That's pretty straightforward. Yeah, he's got the stone miners over there. Don't think those are being spotted anytime soon from Sebastian. Yeah, no way Scotty knows. Camel Archers? My question is, how does Tato click to the Castle Age? Also, how on earth... Oh, I guess there was a hole there. All this FC nonsense? What, you want more hamstery fast feudal age gameplay? Oh, regular see it? Yep. Means you deal 1 more damage to Scorpions. You do 2 instead of 1. All right, secondary layer of walls incoming, but now the lumberjacks are going to be threatened. I just wish that we could see FC play that wasn't FC all in. Like super heavy market usage, insanely fast uptime. Into just, you know, you have to immediately go kill your opponent. Anyway, 15 bills on food here for our blue player. He has the faster working shore fisherman for Romans, which always feels insane. And this is a pretty straightforward dynamic. Yes, you can pre-lock gates. It's really annoying. I actually lost a game semi-recently where I went to go repair a gate that was closed, and like there was no reason that the gate would ever be opened, and the villager decided to go inside the gate to repair it for no reason. That was a little annoying. Fish sauce, yes, it is the bonding of the Romans and the Vietnamese is their love of fish sauce. Ooh, Tato will successfully sneak through there. Speaking of which, I made some pod CU last night, and I changed up my recipe a little bit, and I think it turned out really good. Camel archers? Oh! Tato really sneaking through. Where is he going? This isn't going to be a happy castle, is it? Okay, that's just for a mill. Where's the castle? Okay, there's the castle. But, yeah, Sebastian's only slightly slower to castle age, and I don't know if you guys have figured this out, but his eco advantage is kind of ridiculous. Like, Tato can't even afford fletching. I mean, great scouting from Sebastian. I mean, it's not actually panning out, but at least the process is great. But yeah, this is giving Tato some much needed, a little bit of extra food income. But yeah, this is why I don't love the Phosphorus stuff as much, because it feels like the only way we're seeing a fast castle is it's like this super heavy all-in play. Like it feels like the castle age into some pressure and then eco behind it is completely dead. Siege Workshop coming in, but I mean, Tato's on literally the other side of the map. Sebastian's just adding a TC and it feels like he's going to be cruising. They are not that great of a Phosphorus Civ indeed. Oh, nicely done there. Actually did find them. I was also thinking he was looking for stone miners, but inadvertently found those villagers. And Tato's going to add a TC to the far north of the map. Oh, actually just a lumber camp. Whatever. Light Cav is in. Tato selling stone, fletching on the way as well. But, I mean, I hate to say it, guys, but it just feels like there's such a huge macro difference between these players. This is so weird. Camel archers, totally unupgraded. Looks like there was a conversion or something. Not sure what that was. Oh, you cannot use that low HP camel archer in combat like that, I think. Yeah, like literally every single camel archer is extremely valuable. Yeah, but how is Tato killing any villagers? Sebastian's eco is not remotely threatenable. Oh, geez, the vills over here are getting found out. Again, there's a reason we don't see this on this map. one Scorpion coming in. Need to do this? Yeah. But can you just play Feudal Age against Romans like this? Spanish or Burmese? I feel like if you were Spanish or Burmese doing Conquistador around Hammurabi, this game would look exactly the same, where Sebastian's eco is so far ahead that you die anyway. Single Scorpion coming forward. I mean, the defensive Siege Workshop is doing you no favors. Gonna have a University in for ballistics. Because of the strategy choice? Yes, but it is possible to have a better eco behind this than what Tato has. Nice snag there. I mean, the game isn't over yet, but... I mean, Sebastian even has 3 relics already. Yeah, I mean, again, I think it would be better with, you know, Spanish and then Burmese and then Berbers, but I still think the end result looks exactly the same as this. Yeah, those 4 villagers are right there. That'll be something. There's still a lot more you need to do, though. Oh my goodness, he even snipes another Camel Archer. Oh my goodness. This as well. Oh, come on, man. Oh, and even the Scorpion dies. Oh, that's so not gonna work for Tato. Third TC coming in from Sebastian, and it just doesn't feel challenged. It feels like Tato just hasn't crossed the map really to do a whole lot to his opponent 2 games in a row. Again, there's a difference between like having an eco advantage and having this degree of an eco advantage, where you're 2,000 food behind. You're behind in gold and stone and wood, and it's like there's just nothing going for Tato. Like, this game would look very different if Tato is only behind by 20% resources instead of 40%. Yeah, but you're never making it to late game. That's like saying Byzantines beat Franks in the late game in the last game. Like, it doesn't matter when you're so far behind in resources. Pivot Ballista Ellie's out. Alright, Mangonel coming in. Still no ballistics. Tato has the University, just can't even afford ballistics. Just not getting the stable for those upgrades for the CA. Interesting choice here to go for the stables. At least the Vills are here to repair for Tato. He's getting ballistics, he's getting bloodlines, all that good stuff. But the times we see this work are on maps that you just can't defend early on or have water. And that's just not the case here. Siege Workshop coming forward. Now, with these Camel Archers getting most of their upgrades they need at this point, it's still not inconceivable that Tato wins this game. I really don't like the approach, and that is also a little S-word. But I mean, that is 16 Camel Archers. That's pretty scary. But yeah, it's such a painfully slow push. We're almost 30 minutes into this 9-Vil start game. Like, I forget who it was. Was it Winchester and Barles or Andy and Barles that had the fire archer push because the rush distance was so close that you could just go for the fire archers and be like right at your opponent's base and have the castles right there. That makes a lot more sense than trying to do this with the super long rush distance. 5 relics, by the way. Oh my goodness, guys. That's already a lot of knights. Now, they don't have great upgrades. But I wonder if Tato just doesn't have a lot of confidence. Yeah, that is... That is just really odd. Like, Tato just felt like he was never going to get anywhere in that game. Odd, odd, odd. Yeah, Tato tried to go FC, but it wasn't, like, a great FC. Berber's the 3rd pick as well. Why would you go 3rd pick Berber? Yeah, I also just don't think FC is good on African clearing whatsoever. Meta's way too aggressive for that. Did more than we thought. I mean, the feudal pressure did a ton. But we also expected it to do a ton, so, you know. Map's blue. Basically. Oh, wait, I keep on forgetting that the spec dashboard doesn't work. At least there's only one game going on this patch at a time, so, you know, that's something. If that one game didn't show up, that would be awful. And that works. But if it's closer, then Tato just has units in his face even sooner. All right, it is immersion time. Tato, down 0-2, needs to start to make something happen. He will be the Red Bengalis to the southeast. Sebastian going to be in the blue as the Burgungans to the north. Misa thinks Sebastian's been very dominant so far this tournament. And Burgundian's very much a new school hybrid map civ, especially once they added fishing lines and the Flemish militia. I mean, Burgundians are just such a great civ in general. They clearly need to be buffed. And thought, yeah, I mean, Tato obviously did train that. I just... Is Tato then not training with people of Sebastian's caliber mechanically? That could be possible. Like, if you're just playing with Doubt, which I feel like Tato might end up doing more of these days, then I think you're gonna struggle a bit. Should have been nerfed? I agree. Vosotras. I mean, it's like, it's weird because you wanted to see them a bit more viable on open maps while still maintaining their identity as a closed map civ. But now it just feels like they're super good on open maps and also super good on closed maps. But they are getting the relic bonus tuned down. They don't work against meta players? Yep. Would that have worked better if Sebastian himself was going for a fast castle? Probably. But I just don't know why you would expect Sebastian to go for an FC. On both, that absolutely was the Portuguese treatment. Eco upgrades? Oh, you betcha. Nerfing the team bonus is a good thing, though, for sure. If anything, Burgundians could probably stand to lose Bracer. And then they would get Ring Archer armor to compensate for it. Get Bracer? I don't know. I feel like way too many civs have a lot of upgrades. I mean, they definitely need one of Bracer or Ring Archer armor, but I think it would be a bit more interesting if they had Ring Archer armor. It'd make their hand cannons better, too, because their hand cannons are missing that armor upgrade. Get Hussar. I'm fine with them getting Hussar. Otherwise, their light cavalry line would be absolutely terrible. Doesn't actually make them better. That's true. Yeah, like, I don't mind them having Hussar. And no Frank's HP bonus? Exactly. Anyway, both players are up to feudal age pretty fast. Definitely faster than we saw from Vinchester in the previous series. I would say with a full tech tree and no other bonuses be pretty bad. You would fall behind basically everything. I mean, your late game would be very good, but... Yep. Who would the strongest civ be with a fully open tech tree? Wouldn't that be the best eco civ? So these days, maybe Wei or Romans. Yeah, Wei or Romans would probably be the best. Yeah, Romans, that would make the most sense. Yeah, but like imagine playing Byzantines without the counter unit discount and the building HP bonus. Would I unironically be better? Yeah, you're forgetting skirms though. The almighty skirmisher.
Hey.
Well, you said the full tech tree, but no civ bonus. Well, I mean, any strong eco civ would be the best civ with the full tech tree. So Malay would be one of those. Anyway, early fishing lines, early bow saw for Sebastian, so certainly leveraging the strengths of the Burgundians here. Persians, yep, Persians not a good candidate for sure. Again, any big boomy eco civ, it would be a good candidate for the best with a full tech tree, and otherwise, not a lot. Khmer, again, Khmer, another perfectly reasonable choice. One fish. Nope, two over here. Big noob. Big noob. No Korean laughing here. Why not? Because I don't like anyone having fun. Mayans with the full tech tree, probably not as good as some of the other civs. Flemish Militia still poking and prodding. Marginal gains, very marginal. Gilnet's coming in as well. I mean, Sebastian doing good, Burgundian stuff. Meanwhile, Tato just defending here, making some archers. Incas? Cheap scouts and knights? You still don't have the eco, though. Drill traction treads? I guess my assumption would be that unless the civilization gets a, like a regional unit, you just get the generic version of it. So, like, Mongols would get bombard cannons instead of traction trebs. And we all know from Into China how fun Mongol bombard cannons are with drill. Great eco. They used to have an insane eco. Now it's just an okay eco. Anyone's game crashing? No. Because of triggers? No, it has to do with them being a different unit. Oh, boy. Oh, no, guys. I thought Tato would be competitive with Sebastian, but honestly, he's just getting out-muscled economically. Or, micro, mechanics. Yeah, that. Castle Age now coming in here from blue. Tato just is really struggling to take a good fight. Hulks are here. Tato doesn't have anything to defend there. Poles would be cracked? On closed maps, yeah. And this is always the issue with the best of sevens, guys. One-sided best of seven series are super painful. Even doing Castle Age, skirmishers, the best unit in the game. Oh, Tato? Oh, I don't know, man. Just on a heater. Well, Sebastian is on a heater. I mean, there's no question about that. I mean, Sebastian's improving so much, and he's, you know, if not solidifying himself as a top 5 player yet, he will do so very soon. And again, like, Tato is just absurdly behind in economy. Like, every single game, Tato just feels like he loses in Feudal Age. Is Lewis top 10? Maybe?
Hi. Hey.
Possible? It is possible. Now that would be something. Talk about out with the old, in with the new. Unlikely? I would say unlikely. I still think the safest money is on Leary being in the finals. I think Leary Sebastian finals is probably the most mathematically likely. Spanish-speaking me post a lot of stuff. I mean, there's always stuff that's missed in translation for sure. But yeah, I mean, none of these games have been close. All of them have Tato been falling irrevocably far behind in economy and Feudal Age, and also not taking good enough fights. Really, really disappointing series here. You know, it's like you want Tato to do well. Really likable guy, super fun playstyle, but it just seems like against these players, the newcomers, Tato really struggles to keep up in terms of raw mechanics. Well, I mean, he still played well in earlier sets. It's just like there is a point, it seems, where Tato just is going to struggle. All right, Cenotes is next and could be the last game of the day. You just drop off. Yep, he is definitely also one of the older players. Yeah, it is interesting. But yeah, I mean, it's just really unfortunate. Doesn't feel... Yeah, I have no idea. All flat... Yeah, I mean, it was a ton of fun, for sure. And is a ton of fun, still. I mean, Tato still had a pretty good tournament. But it feels like we live in an age where mechanics are king. And that there's just a sort of a wall you hit in the AoE scene if you just can't mechanically play, you know, close to perfectly. Anyway, Tato Red Jordans to the south of Cenotes, and to the north in the blue as the Portuguese, it will be Sebastian. So, 2 top tier civs for sure. Of strategy? Yep. Make good decisions? Yep, and are also prepared. Poor decision making and strategies can be overcome with sheer mechanical prowess, but not the other way around. There's only so many good decisions you can make before you get completely overwhelmed by somebody who's just muscling their way to victory with the clicky clicks. And, you know, to get as good as you are mechanically, you just need to invest an enormous amount of time into practicing. Ornlu, I'm ready. I am ready for that world. This reason? Yeah, I'd be interested to go back and watch some of the older tournaments and see if I found them more fun. In KOTD, because Viper is still an absolutely fantastic player mechanically. Also, Sebastian's even better nowadays than he was 6 months ago. Yeah, like, Sebastian's just trajectory is... Woo! Emphasis on the woo. Yeah, exactly. As an example art? Oh, for sure. APM and click precision. It's not just that, although that is certainly part of it. But like you have Sato and Lewis, who are both very good players mechanically that aren't even super fast. It's just about efficiency, right? Hitting all of your production cycles, making sure that all of your micro is on point, your mental processing speed. Yeah, for sure. Like all of that comes into the realm of mechanics. Your straight micro and macro. Anyway, more thrilling Age of Empires is happening with fishing ships on tiny ponds. Absolutely adore it. Sebastian is ahead by soon to be a couple fishing ships, actually. I don't love going above 5 fishing ships on these ponds because that's the garrison capacity of a dock, but I guess one more is fine. Oh, also, I don't know if anyone else has had this issue. I've had issues where my docks don't fire. Like, I'll have fishing ships garrisoned inside, but they just don't fire. And I don't know why that is. Anyway, Feudal Age is in, just a 2-second difference from these players. Barracks now coming in for Pato. Looks like Sebastian's totally fine there. But yeah, it might be a bug. Anyway, just one more fishing ship for Sebastian. He is still only docked a single pond. Tato is here on his second. But yes, I agree that thoughts per minute is super important. It's one of my biggest weaknesses as a player as well. Is, like, not only am I a slow player, but I'm a slow processor. Anyway, dock number 2 coming there to the side for Sebastian, and there's the archery range. Oystering ships. Oh, that's right. The oystering ships don't shoot arrows, but the fishing ships do. That's right. No spring chicken myself anymore? Indeed. But the issue is if you're out of shorefish, you actually can't change them into fishing ships, right? All of them are panic, yeah. Female dividers don't generate gold, exactly. And the craziest thing is that I really don't know why the devs have so much difficulty patching their game. It just seems like there is an almost absurd amount of red tape involved in AoE. A third place match? Yeah, I mean, that one doesn't really matter. TTL? Ah, okay. Well, 2 pawns for each player. Market there, I guess, on the side. Tato could just end up mining a little bit of stone on the way to Castle Edge. It's not that big of a deal. He is going to click up faster, as he's not really making any military. For Tato? I mean, Tato's fine at the moment. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing wrong with Tato's position. Stable coming in. And like I said, Tato's going to be up very shortly. All right. But here's the issue, guys. How does Tato, who has no more shorefish left in this pond, fire the arrows? No, Tato wasn't at Red Bull. Build a trap. Ooh, now that's using your noggin. Alright, market coming in here for Sebastian. Tato's gonna be up first, though, and full on credit to Tato. Which is interesting, right, guys? Because this is a very normal game. Tato going a little bit greedier, going with no military at all, instead stonewalling, but it's not like it's that big of a deal, and Tato's keeping up just fine. Different pond? Oh yeah, that could be an idea. Yeah, that might just change them to fishing ships, and then they obviously just can't pathfind to it. Sebastian already fish trapping. He is on 10 fishing ships to Tato's 11. Favorable position? Certainly. Not by an enormous amount, but definitely a little bit. Out for that. Oh. Alright, lines of blood are on the way. Fish trap this map? I think you do. I don't think you just delete the fishing ships. Blacksmith coming in for Tato. I was wondering, okay, he hasn't mined any stone, but yeah, he's just going to buy another 100 stone. Not a big deal. Tato will be able to add TCs. He's even getting the gold mining upgrade. Better than farms anyway. Not anymore, no. They did nerf fish traps a little bit a while back. But fish traps are better than 0 villagers, which is what you would have otherwise, so they're still insane. Oh, repairing the damaged ships is always cute. Anyway, a scoot is on the way. Outside rates? Oh, they are, for sure. That's why I don't think you make more than 5 fishing ships. We got a fortified church coming in. We got a TC coming in. Everything is awesome. Bastion himself is going to be in Castle Age, and we could just see a very, very passive Moomy game. Which then I guess begs the question, which civ is better on an open map in the late game? Georgians or Portuguese? Do I like Georgians more, even? Yeah, Portuguese always feel good in late game. Into organ guns? It's a little iffy. I think the fact that we are having this much relative doubt means that both civs are perfectly fine in the late game versus each other. I think that's most likely the correct answer. By the way, Georgians, another civ that should absolutely not have Bracer. Why on earth do they need Bracer? The only one doubting? What? People, you guys are divided whether Georgians or Portuguese are better. The civs are about 50-50? Yeah, I mean, in general, execution is going to be the most important thing, and I mean, Sebastian's on the 3 TCs a little bit faster, eco upgrades are similar, but Tato has the fortified church eco. Why do the Portuguese need to be so overtuned? Because people who aren't me don't think they're overtuned. Kind of makes sense. What about Teutons? They're another melee-oriented defensive civ, and they don't have Bracer. They're balance decisions? They're not even... they're not even super transparent to the insiders half the time. Jeez, has so many organs. Oh, there you go. Oh my god, we're seeing Portuguese cav archers. Oh, boy. But again, I think most people who aren't me really don't see AoE as having a ton of power creep in the game. At least that's the vibe I got when I was like, why aren't the devs doing XYZ instead of buffing Armenians and Burgundians? So I think maybe I'm just out of touch with the general heartbeat of the community. Oh, no Insta there. It's a bad thing? Yeah, maybe. Georgians are relatively fine. I mean, there certainly are worse offending civs out there than Georgians, although I do think Georgians are a problem. There's no idea what they're talking about? Oh, I definitely believe that. Imbalance could be a Blizzard game? I guess. Do with Georgians? Yeah, Vietnamese, Koreans, Wei are probably the top 3 civs that need some looking at right now. Jordan 10 by 3 times. I really don't know anything about those mods. Anyway, Sebastian's gonna be going for a quick imp here. Wait a minute. Okay. Yep. Right here, guys. I wasn't even really paying attention. Yeah, this is a huge issue right now. Sebastian invested more into military here in the mid-game, and he's also somehow ahead of Georgians by almost 1,000 resources and in Imperial Age time. They also have strong opinions. Which is funny is because, like, oh, you're actually, like, a top X percentage player if you're only 1,300, but you're not allowed to have an opinion about the game unless you're literally, like, top, 20. Food units? It's not like Tato made that many knights, and he barely got any upgrades for them. Anyway. More archers coming in. They obviously scale a lot better than the cav archers for the Portuguese. A good one, yeah. Awful at making balance decisions. Trust me, I look at the pro players' balance suggestions all the time. I would still say that they're better than most on average, for sure. Not that it's amazing. Anyway, Tato will now catch up in resources, but yeah, look at this difference over here where the eco is so much more efficient for the Portuguese player who has no eco bonus versus the Georgian player who did get a bunch of fortified churches in. Yeah, I mean, Tato should be getting far ahead in resources. That's usually how it works, is the guy who gets up to the next stage much faster has the worse overall eco. Also, Sebastian's getting 5 relics, as he invested more into mid-game map control. Tato's going to come in here with a defensive castle, but Sebastian, actually a little late here. It's a little late, for sure. Not ideal. He's still probably fine, but this is perhaps giving Tato a bit of a chance. Also, part of the issue for Tato, and Georgians in general, is that you really are not good in early Imperial Age. What's your elo? See, the issue is there are a ton of people in the community who agree with Leary on that, which I think is just so wrong. Where the civ balance matters? Civ balance absolutely will matter at all levels of play, to a degree. But I said in, I think, a YouTube comment one time, at lower levels, civ balance matters much less than how simple a civ is to play, and in terms of people's enjoyment, how fun a civ is to play. Those things matter significantly more than balance, although balance does absolutely still matter. Anyway, Spawn Tower's coming in here from Tato, but I played a game of Georgians on Arena yesterday versus Goths, where I was in this exact situation as Tato. I had a big boom, but I was slower to Imperial Age, and the Goth player just went for a forward castle and quick bombard cannons. That's how straightforward? Yeah, certainly. Not go light cav? I did go light cav. but he made even more light cav than I did. Flips. I mean, I think that balance could always look at the top level, unless things are really getting out of whack at the lower levels. Because you still need the game to be fun for everybody. As Georgians. Well, gods still have more food in early Castle Age than Georgians do. I mean, Goths run into a brick wall against Georgians in, like, full-blown post-imp, but they're actually a little bit better at taking map control. Even healer brackets? Now that would be a nightmare. Anyway, even with the cheaper repairs, this feels like a really tough situation for Tato. And, of course, not having that last armor upgrade is a big problem. Another castle coming in. But Tato's out of stone. Sebastian still has plenty of stone income. Also, Tato has a ton of idols, so his eco advantage is also dwindling. Man, today's been really disappointing. I thought both sets were going to be really good, and alas, they have been on the one-sided side. At least it's validating that Tato is going to die with Georgians in the exact same way I did with Georgians less than 24 hours ago. And even Finch did have some good games for sure. The Pacific Islands game was really good. And one of the games in this series was good. Yeah, the Skukuza game was also good in this series. Goths having Arbs? No, it was Halps instead of Arbs. Same difference. To Goths on a closed map. Shut up!
Get you ours.
But yeah, like the thing is, if Hera were in Tato's position, and not the Warcraft Hera, like the actual AoE2 grinding Hera, I feel like the difference would be like 10,000 resources in favor of the Georgians. Anyway, Arquebus gonna be here. Always a very nice one to get for your bombard cannons. Castle over here to the east. But yeah, it's just making that early Imperial Age transition is so difficult here. And also, again, the 5 relics. More bombard cannons are on the way. It's crazy how similar this looked to what I just died to. Except I tried going for Siege. That was also extremely ineffective, so I wouldn't have wanted Tato to do that either. Okay, Ring Archer armor coming in. One dimensional. He's got Arbs and Skirms. Yeah, Tato's is going Cav Archers, guys. Why? HC Hussar versus Goths. Yeah, it just didn't really work out like that. Really unfortunate series. Again, look at that difference in eco efficiency. Like, that actually decided the game. Over double the gold collected, almost double the stone collected. Most of your eco lead was in wood collected, as the guy making a food army. Unfortunate. I mean, absolutely well-earned and well-deserved by Sebastian, and I look forward to seeing him in the semifinals against either Viper or ACCM. Because right now, Sebastian's absolutely on a heater and is looking fantastic. But we will have to see. Remember, guys, tomorrow will be Viper and ACCM, and then Leary versus Lewis. So that should be very, very exciting. Vinchester and Sebastian securing their spots in the semifinals today. Yeah, Sebastian literally hasn't lost a game yet this tournament. 3-0 Sato, 3-0 Hera. He gets a bye, and then 3-0 Tato, or 4-0 Tato. Rob has this? Yeah, one might think. But we will see, guys. We will have to see. But thank you so much to everyone for watching. We'll be back tomorrow. I think I'm going to cast, like, the semis and finals with T-West, but I'm solo tomorrow. So you still can chat more tomorrow. Anyway, thanks, guys. Bye-bye.